We can see your screen. All right, thank you. Hello,
Hello, can you
Fundayo.
hear
We
me?
can hear you, please. Yeah, yeah, can hear you now. You can start. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, we can.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Good evening.
Please, fine. Good evening. Yes.
Can you hear me clearly?
We can hear now. Before the
Can
voice
someone?
was low, but I can hear you
Okay.
now.
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Good to be here this evening. Okay, so we're going to be talking about letters of recommendation for graduate school application or for scholarships. So we just have some few slides and some examples, and if there are questions at the end of the presentation, we can ask. Thank you. So this is the title slide, the beginning of the slide. Then we have our outline. Yeah, sorry, I'm coming. I don't know why it's not going. Okay, so we're going to talk about the introduction, the asks for letters of recommendation, the don't, the contents of a good letter of recommendation, then other tips on how to request for letter of recommendation. Hello, can you still hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Yes, go
Okay.
on, ma.
All right, thank you very much. So a letter of recommendation is a very crucial document, very important document in grant school application or scholarship application. So and yes, it's general knowledge that it should be written by an academic advisor, your employer, supervisor, and not your family members. So it basically shows your an applicant's character, the qualifications, academic excellence, and all of this. We know that we've written most of all these things in your CV. You'll have written, I have good writing skills, I have good presentation skills, I have good this, I have good that. But the letter of recommendation is like somebody speaking on your behalf, somebody that's worked with you, that's seen you grow over the years, somebody that has been with you, that's been like a mentor or supervisor to you, and actually seen those, the person that's seen those skills in action, not just the ones you listed out in your CV, but the person has seen you put all these skills to use, and he has seen that yes, you're an effective person and you've been able to prove yourself over the years. So the letter of recommendation is just something like somebody standing in for you and attesting to everything that you said in other parts of the application. And usually one or three recommendation letters are needed, but there are some scholarships that need like four, five, six. I think is it Commonwealth now? There are some other schools too like that. Maybe some other schools that require more than three. And sometimes they might say, okay, minimum of three recommendation letters, and some people put in four or five or six. So depending on how many you can get, but usually three is the very common one for US schools. So they ask for letter of recommendation. First, you have to have a good relationship with your recommenders. This cannot be overemphasized because, of course, you want to get something from somebody. Somebody is going to speak on your behalf. If you don't have a good relationship with the person, I don't know how the person wants to say good things about you. Even if the person is not saying good things about you, the person will end up saying something generic, like maybe the general thing. So the person might just edit. There are some lecturers that they will just edit the same thing for four or five students. You'll just change the name, change the matric number or whatsoever. So you need to have a good relationship with your recommenders. Then secondly, you have to inform and prepare them ahead about your grad school application. So it's not something that you just wake up one morning and say, oh, I'm applying for this thing, and you start looking for a recommender. something that you'll have planned ahead. For example, you know that you're going to apply for fall application. Fall application is usually around September to December. You'll have started planning things. As you are planning, as you're looking for schools, searching for schools and all of that, you will have started informing your recommenders too that, oh sir, I'm going to apply for some I'm going to apply for some programs in the US. I would love you to be my recommender and all of that. So usually they'll tell you, okay, when you're ready, you can let me know. And like that. So you need to inform them ahead so that they too they'll prepare. They are busy people. They are not, idle. So you need to get them informed ahead of time. Then also, I said do something for your recommenders too. Volunteer with them, assist them with their tasks, especially the ones that align with your career goals. This is very important. Most times people complain and say, my recommenders are not responding, my recommenders are not this, my, but this is a very key thing that is very important. For example, if your recommenders are your lecturers, you should volunteer to do some tasks for them. Even if they don't call you to do, you can say, oh, sir, can I help you to, are you writing any manuscript? Are you writing for any publication? Can I help you to edit? Even if they are supervising students. In Nigerian schools now, you have one lecturer supervising like 5, 6, 7, 10, sometimes 10 supervisors for their undergraduate thesis. If you're a graduate, or even if you are in your final year, okay, let's say final year you might be very busy, right? But let's say you've graduated now, yeah, you are doing your NYC, you can choose to volunteer and say, sir, let me help you review some of the manuscripts of your undergraduate students. With that too, even with that, you can even add your name to the manuscript when it gets published, when it's going to get published. So that's even a way of it adding to you, and it's adding to the lecturer too. So it's a way of winning on your end. You're going to get a recommendation letter at the end, and you're also going to get publication one way or the other. So this is very important, and it might not be your lecturer, it might be your supervisor at work, it might be your employer. You should, try to help out with some things, assist them in some of these things, so that when you ask for help, when you need their recommendation letter, they to serve, even if they are very busy, they will just have to do it for you, because they know that you really tried for them and you've done something for them. Then another thing is that a recommendation letter is not about who writes the letter, it's about what is in the letter. Choose somebody that knows you very well. So this is another point. Many people ask that, oh, who should write my recommendation letter? Is it the professor? Is it a lecturer? One person? Is it an assistant lecturer? But I'm saying here that it's not all about who writes the letter. If you have a lecturer one that knows you very well, that you've worked with, that really knows you in and out. Okay, maybe not in and out because he's a lecturer, it's just like your lecturer, right? But like knows you more. And you have a professor in your department, it might be the dean of the faculty itself, but it doesn't really know you like that. And you say, oh, because you want the professor to write your recommendation letter, and you gotta meet the professor like that. If the professor is very busy and does not know you well, you might end up writing something generic. So, but there's this lecturer one that knows the acts of, maybe the lecturer one self is even trying to apply for graduate school. So he knows what is going on, he knows how it is going and all of that. So he has better understanding of what to write at that moment. So it's the variable that you go with the lecturer one that knows what to write and will write something better for you, rather than choosing a professor that does not really know you well. So then another act is that it should be addressed to either the admissions committee or scholarship board or something, rather than to whom it may concern. Yes, because these lecturers are busy or recommenders are busy. They might not have the time to be editing for one person or the other, for one school or the other. For example, if you're applying to 10 schools, so just give it to whom it may concern. But that really, it looks generic too. If I'm a reviewer and I see to whom it may concern somebody's letter of recommendation, I see another person that is really addressed to the school or something, I'll go for the one that is addressed, because it shows that this person actually as somebody that is willing to go extra length for him or her. So it's another thing that letters of recommendations, yes, some people have it to whom it may concern, but it does not sound well, and it might not really yield good result. So then second point is that sometimes some schools require that your recommenders fill out a form too. So give enough information. Yes, this is another point. That is why you need to choose somebody that has your time, that knows you, because it's not just about writing letters. These recommenders also fill forms. okay, even if a recommender tells you, oh yeah, draft what you want me to write, let me see, send it to me. After you've drafted it, it's not you that will fill the recommendation form online. It's still the lecturer or the recommender that will fill that recommendation form. So this is why you need to get them along. Even if they don't know, if they get to the form and they don't know some things, they can easily call you up and say, okay, oh, what year did you graduate or something like that, rather than just assuming and saying they don't have time and just filling anything. So it's very important that you also inform me ahead that okay, there might be a form. Most times you don't get to see the form, it's the recommenders that see the form. So you just tell them there might be a form that you have to fill out too. If you need any information, you can reach out to me and all of that. So the third point is that letter of recommendation should communicate your passion, your achievements in the field, and how you fit for the role. So this is another crucial point. You know, most times when we are applying for grad school, we apply to different programs that, yes, that suits our research interest and our career goals. So you might be applying for civil engineering in one school, and another school calls it infrastructural engineering, maybe another school calls it water engineering or something like that. Make sure that the skills and passion and whatsoever the achievement that they're listing in a particular letter of recommendation should not be the one. When you're applying for civil engineering, it should not be the one for water engineering. It should not be the one for another thing outside that field. Yes, we understand that they are transferable skills. Transferable skills are skills that they are universal. Like you can be working as maybe you are an attendant in a place, and there are some skills that are useful as an attendant that will also be useful as a graduate assistant or research assistant or something like that. So we understand that they are transferable skills, but there are some skills that are specific to a particular field. And when your recommenders are writing these things, make sure that you notify them ahead that, oh, this is the program I'm applying for in this school. Please tailor my skills or achievements to this particular program. So then the fourth one is that it should be written on an official letterhead paper. That is a general knowledge to make it more authentic. It should not be a plain paper or something like that. Then it should be in PDF too, so that it's not scattered, because you know some laptops or apps, some laptops they use different apps and different things to view this application. So although when you submit online, usually when they submit on the application portal, there's a way it converts it to PDF. But to be on the safer side too, just put it in PDF. Then the date should be within the month of the application intake. This is also very important. If you know that you are applying, you are submitting your application by September, and you have a recommendation letter that is carrying April 2024, it does not speak well sometimes, because it looks like you've collected this thing since and you're just using it. So the date should be current, at least it should be within the month that you're submitting your application. So don'ts of letters of recommendations. Don't be desperate to have anyone write a letter for you. I already explained that earlier. Don't just look for anybody and say that's why you have to plan ahead. You don't just say quickly write something for me and just submit like that. Then your letter of recommendation should not be generic. Yes, we are going to talk about some of the contents that will not make it too generic. Then it should not be more than 400 words or 1.5 page in length. This is very important. Don't go and write 3 pages. The people that are reviewing these grad school applications don't have time. They just want to skim through and see the important points. Then you should not have grammatical or spelling errors. This is also very important. If a lecturer is writing for you, of course, we expect that he has the level of English proficiency. But you know, sometimes he just make a lot of mistakes. So you have to tell them, please, sir, let me check again and all of that. Then don't wait on the application deadline. I said that earlier before requesting for a letter. Then the contents of a letter of recommendation. So the first paragraph should contain the full name of the applicant. We're going to see example later on. It should be, oh, I'm highly delighted to recommend so. It can be your first name and your last name. It can be Mr. So. It can be Doctor so. But your full name should be at least in the first line of the paragraph. Then the recommender should also show how pleased they are to recommend you. That is how honored, how delighted, just to show that they are really enthusiastic about your application and seeing you succeed and getting into the program. Then they also, in what capacity, the first paragraph should also contain what capacity the recommender has known you. That is he your employer? Is he your mentor, your supervisor? The person should also list it, and how many years person has known you for. Is it 2 years, 3 years? It's very advisable that it should be at least 1 year and above. It should not be like months, 6 months, 3 months, 2 months. Does not You can't really know somebody very well in 2, 3 months like that. So at least a year. Person writing your recommendation letter should know you for at least a year. Then how the person has seen you grow and develop over the years. So this is also very important. Then the second paragraph should contain your academic performance, your character, your skill sets, and how it aligns with the program that you're applying for. I explained this earlier also, that the skill set should be something that will be useful in the program, because later on you might end up being a graduate assistant. So if you're going to be a research assistant, you should show your research skills, your skills that will be really effective in the lab. And if you are going to be a teaching assistant, you might not know when you're applying which one they will give you. So that's why it's good to list everything there. That okay, you have some teaching experience and how you organize tutorials for your undergraduate students. You saw that they were failing maybe MCH 101, and you just took the initiative to just organize this tutorial for them so that they will get better. And at the end of maybe 1 semester or 2 semesters of tutorial, you saw that their grades improved. That is something you just talked about, how you are able to take initiative, how you are able to organize, teach people, impact knowledge, transfer knowledge, and how it was able to yield results. So you shouldn't just say, this person has good teaching skills, this person has good research skills, but you show how the person has used those skills and how it has generated results. So when writing letters of recommendations, too, examples are very important. It should be about how it has been done, not just you already listed these things out in your CV. So, but the letters of recommendation should go extra length to show how you've been able to use this and how it has generated some results. So then the third paragraph should show your community impact, volunteering, extracurricular activities. You should not just be the academic person. You should also be balanced. Extracurricular activity, your leadership skills, your volunteering skills, how you've yielded results, how you've taken initiative, impact. If you're an undergraduate, if you were an undergraduate before you applied, even if you're a graduate, maybe you had your master, how you've impacted your department. They need to also see that you're not just the academic bookie person like that, but you are also balanced all around. Then the third paragraph should also show how you'll be a strong candidate during the program. So most programs and most scholarships, they are looking for candidates that will really succeed and yield good results. They are looking for candidates that will speak, that will make positive impact, and we speak, we will help them sell more, that kind of thing. Will be a good ambassador. That's good. We'll be a good ambassador for the program or for the scholarship. So when your recommender is also writing your letter, they should also show how you've been able to succeed in the past, in your past records. Even if you had bad grades somewhere sometime, they can turn it to positive thing and say, even though one time he was having some not so good grades because maybe he was sick, or he had financial family challenges or something, but he was able to pick up because of his level of determination. There are just ways that you can turn bad things in quotes into something positive. So these things that have to be listed out, briefly explained in the letter of recommendation. So for the last paragraph is just the summary of the strengths of the applicant and the recommender's reaffirmation of recommending you and saying, I support him, I'm so sure that he will do well in the program, and all of that. Then the recommenders contact for further inquiries, and they usually say, if you need further inquiries, if you need further information, you can contact me via my email or something like that. And this email should be official emails. It should not be yahoo.com or gmail.com. It makes it more official. Then another thing about recommendation letters is that it should not be praising you too much. That is it. It has to be balanced. It should not just, because it will look fake somehow. It should not be praising you and be saying, yeah, this, yeah, that, yeah, this. We are not saying they should come and list out your bad side, but it should just be balanced. It should not be just be going positive, 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 praising you too much, like just praising you too much, but it has to be balanced and saying, okay, even though you have some challenges at one point, you were able to turn it into something positive and that. So then other tips. You should, when you are submitting your recommendation letter on the school portal, you should um waive your right to see the letter. Most people don't know this and they make the mistake. When you're submitting, there's a place. This is an example. Can you see this image? Is it clear? So this is an example of a portal, an application portal on a school's website, on an application page. So there's this place here. Can you see this arrow? Okay, this place I say I waive my right to view my letter of recommendation. So please always click yes. It just means that you'll not be able to see what your recommender is submitting. That is why you have to pick somebody that you trust, because you'll not be able to see it. If you pick no, it reduces the integrity and the quality of the letter. That means you don't trust the person that you chose to recommend you, to write a letter of recommendation for you, and that means you want to see what the person actually wrote. So which does not speak well too. But some people don't know. It's just as a result of a mistake. They just click no. But you should always waive the right to view your letter of recommendation on the portal of the school. It's very important. So this is another page on a school's application portal. So sometimes it's just a box, sometimes it's yes or no, and sometimes it's a box. Can you see this tiny box here? So sometimes it's just the box that you have to tick and say, I agree to waive my right to do this and to do that. So that is that. So I want to show you a sample of samples of letters of recommendation. Okay, an example of a weak letter of recommendation. I don't know if you can see. Please, can you see the screen? Is it clear?
Yes, please, we are
Yeah,
seeing
it's
it.
displayed.
All right, thank you. So see this letter of recommendation is see the address, okay, address of the school, and dear program coordinator, I'm pleased to write this letter for this person who was introduced to me when it came to so as a this that. With when the person met the student and all of that. So and it goes, I found this person to be hardworking. He took care of the patients well. His responsibilities included this, and he has excellent clinical skills and all of that. Then he's very humble and gets along with his teammates and peers. And without reservation, I recommend this person. I'm sure it'll be a valuable asset. Bye bye. That's all. So you see that it's just so straightforward. It just looks like this person can just edit this person's name, the student's name, and write it for another person. It's not specific to the student. Every other person can be hardworking. Every other person can take care of patients well. They can have good responsibilities in taking histories, and any other person can do that. But there's nothing really specific to this person. And moreover, these students might have even written all this in the CV. He might have said, I have my responsibilities include this, I participated in this. He might have written all these things in the CV. It just looks like this person, the recommender, copied what was in the CV and just wrote it into a letter. So, which is not supposed to be so. But see another one. This is a strong letter of recommendation. See, this is page 1 and it continued to like another page. So see how this person wrote it. Said, it is my pleasure to write in support of the application of this for the program. See, he listed the program, wrote the person's name in full. Then the person has been, this is the capacity that the person has known, the recommender has known the student. I've been an educator for decades with experience. So this is another, the recommender even saying what the years of experience he has gathered to show that yes, he has the capacity to actually recommend this person. So he said, I have worked closely with this person. Imagine, I have worked closely. See the words, the choice of words. I have worked closely. That means like he knows him really well. He worked closely with this person during the third year clerkship and during his acting internship. And he said, as it is evident in his CV, this person has excelled throughout his career with notable accomplishments. Said so. Now he's saying that he has said some things in the CV and he's not going to repeat it here, but he will focus on his own experience with the students. Can you see that? He did not come and repeat what has already been written in the CV, but he came with his own experience. And he said the duties that the person has been able to do and the abilities that the person has. And through observation too, he has noticed that this person is good in this aspect, inpatient and outpatient clerking, setting and the rest. Then he went further to say that um, he has considerable intellect and exemplary performances on standardized examinations, engaging people who teaches others by example, giving instances and examples and explanations of how this person has been effective, how he has been able to grow over the years, how he has impacted others, and how he has been outstanding too. So this also says that his presentation was outstanding, comprehensive in scope. That shows that the person can present well, has good oral skills. So some of these things, not when you list it out and say this person has good oral skills, has good communication skills, but with your examples, the reviewers can deduce that okay, this is what this person is trying to say, that the person has good communication skills, good presentation skills. Then he just said in conclusion, I'm happy to give this person my highest recommendation. I mean, like, see the words for the program. And in my experience, is in the top 10% of all medical students with whom I have worked over the past 20 years. Imagine somebody saying you are part of the top 10% or top maybe 5% or 2%, that the person has worked with over 20 years. That means they're like the best of the best. So, and this is really strong. It's a strong way of recommending somebody. It's like reassuring that I know that is a good stuff and good student. So this is saying that this letter is strong for several reasons. It describes how, in what context the writer knows the student, and it gave specific examples of student performance, including aspects that made him stand out in comparison with his peers, and provides an estimate of how the student ranks among all other students with whom the person has interacted with over the years. So thank you very much. I have other example here too, but I think I've passed my time, 1 minute of my time. But this is another letter of recommendation. To this one is even almost 2 pages. But no, your letter of recommendation should not be this long. And I think this person is a PhD student also. This one is like a PhD student, doctor, so that's going for assistant lecturer. So you expect that assistant professor, you expect that it should be long, but for an undergraduate, be a graduate student rather, for a graduate application, it should not be this long. Just 1.5 pages is fine. So thank you so much for listening. Okay, so sorry. Oh, there's still sample for letter of recommendation request. So I was saying earlier that you have to notify your recommenders, and some of them will require you to list everything out because some of them they just want to do everything in a day. So that's why you have to plan ahead. You know you're applying to 10 schools. Choose the 10 schools ahead. We understand that some schools might just come up. You might just see an application waiver and application fee waiver, and you might just want to quickly submit, but still the ones that you've identified, you should write them out with their address and the program that you're applying for. This is an example of um the request form, the one that I used. So I sent an
I'm
email.
sorry, I'm not sure we can see what you're showing us.
Oh,
It's just one screen so far.
Really?
It's still on. Yes, it's still on that screen
Okay,
for
okay.
Yeah,
this letter is strong
Sorry.
for several reasons. That's where it has been since.
Okay, okay. Sorry. Thank you for telling me.
yeah. You can just use like 5 minutes extra.
Okay,
So
thank
we'll
you.
take questions. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Can you see it now?
And we
Yeah,
are
it's
Yeah,
seeing
on.
it
very
from the
well.
beginning. Sample for letter of recommendation request.
Okay, thank you. So this is just a sample.
Hey, for me, we can't hear you. Am I the only one?
Sorry, the screen is not showing again. It's just the name.
So, so sorry. I think probably she's experiencing network issue at the moment. I should be back in a few moments, please.
Okay, sir. No problem, sir.
Sorry, the network. Okay, sorry. I had
Okay.
network glitch.
All right, please, can you just
So
continue?
your
I mean, you
screen.
can continue with us.
Yes. So can you hear me now? I had network glitch.
Yes, please. We can hear you, but your screen is not showing. Okay, showing now.
Okay, thank you. So this is just a sample of how to request for a letter of recommendation. You can put it in a tabular form too. You can put the program you're applying for, the schools, and the address of the school, so that it will be easy for your recommenders, especially if you are going to do everything in a day. So it will be easy for them and you not be stressing them. But yes, you might end up having some other applications along the way, and I'm sure they'll be willing to help too. So that is all for now. Thank you so much for listening. Till we all win. Thank you. See you at the top.
Yeah, thank you very much. Please, can you show us the? There was a point you're talking about postdoctoral LOR and PhD students LOR. Can you
Okay.
show us the sample? Your screen was not showing there.
Okay. Okay. So this is an example of LOR for somebody that has done PhD but is going for the position of an assistant professor. You can see it. This is another professor, a professor recommending another, maybe a PhD graduate for um, an assistant professor position. So it was about 2 pages. Yes, the letter of recommendation was like 2 pages. See that it's the professor, the director of, co-director of a particular program or something that recommended the person. So it's about 2 pages. But I'm saying that if you are going for a graduate program, maybe just PhD or masters, yours should not be that long. It should be just 1.5. This is for master students. So okay, so it's for a residency program, but even if you are going for masters or PhD, it should be just 1.5. This is a strong recommendation letter for a student, and so just one and few lines of the second page. So, but for the doctoral one, it was two
You're not
pages.
moving your screen, to be honest. Okay, yeah, better now. All right, thank you.
Oh, okay. This is for the doctoral student that is going for an assistant professor position. So, all right, is that fine?
Yes, yes, it is.
Yeah, yeah, very well.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Fumlayo. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you for your time. I think we're open to questions. Who has questions? I mean, you can raise your hand or unmute yourself and just speak. We're taking just okay. Precious, right? Then Ezekiel Olu. Yeah, please. Precious, please
Yeah.
go on.
All right, thank you very much. Please, for one who hasn't yet applied for master but wants to go for a doctorate degree, would that person have to, like, the recommendation letter, would it have to be written directly, like, to the doctorate? You get the point, boy?
Okay, like the address
Yeah, the
of
address.
the yeah, you can just address it to the admissions committee of the graduate school. When you are applying to the graduate school. The graduate school that will now separate and send to the department, and the department will review and all of that. So you can just apply to the admissions committee of the graduate school and put the address of the school there instead of going to the specific department. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
The next Ezekiel, please. Go on, please. So you can get our next speaker. Hello, Ezekiel. I thought you have a question.
Oh, sorry. I thought I've unmuted myself and I was already talking. Can you hear me now?
Okay.
Yes, we
Yeah,
can
I
hear
can hear
you.
you now, please.
Oh, okay. Yes. Okay, so my question is, now some of my recommenders I have chosen to use, they don't have like official mail. Like one of them was my previous boss. One is my pastor in church, and the other person is my current boss. Although this is my current boss, I have not asked him if he has an official email, but I doubt if he has. So I want to ask, in such a situation, what would you suggest? And if it's possible, if we can also get the slide for this template, I would really appreciate.
Okay, thank you for the question. You can create for them. You can create an official email for them. There's this app, this Zoro. Let me see. Zoho Mail. There's a way you can create official email address with Zoho Mail. ZOHO, then mail. So you can
Okay,
create for them and give them the password and everything so that they can have access to it.
okay, okay. Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
you're welcome.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much for coming once again. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. I really appreciate you.
Thank you.
Okay, somebody asked, are you perhaps going for a professional or academic program? What I seem to understand from my bosses sounds to me like they are not academically related to you. Same goes to your pastor as well. Okay, if I get this question well, it's just Mr. Ezekiel, I'm not sure you're meant to use your pastor as a recommender. It's preferable to use like your work and your academic bosses. Yes. Okay, so at
Okay, okay.
this point, we would like to move on to the next. Yeah, let's move on to the next thing, which is talking about GRE. I'll be bringing Benga Ojiri on board. He's a top flyer in the GRE exam, and he did pretty much well. Yeah, it's my guy. So Benga, please, you have the floor. Kindly unmute yourself. Thank you.
Hi, Josiah. Please confirm you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you. You can also share your
All right,
screen.
thank
Okay,
you.
ghost already.
Yeah, sure. Hi everyone. Good evening. So, thanks once again, Josiah, for asking me to come and speak about GRE. So I'll be sharing my slide shortly. Please let me know when you can see it.
Yes, boss. I can see this. I mean, I respect my guy.
All right, thank you. So, good evening, afternoon, rather. Good afternoon, everyone, once again. So, Audrey Benga Thompson, and I'll be anchoring this session, the JCS GRE workshop. Uh, Thanks everyone for being here. So over the next 30 minutes or thereabouts, we'll be walking through what the GRE is all about, its structure and content, some tips for preparing for GRE in case you want to write the GRE, and maybe one or two final conclusions for me if there's still time. Let's just dive right in. What's the GRE? For those who are not familiar with it, GRE, which is short for Graduate Request Examination, it's this standardized test that a lot of schools require the applicants to write for graduate business and law school programs, actually. It used to be a very big thing in times back, though in the past couple of years, a lot of programs are willing to make it optional. A lot of programs, a lot of are making it optional, but it's still something a lot of schools still accept, a lot of schools still require, and a lot of programs still require from applicants to their different graduate programs. So it's something you should have in your arsenal if you're applying to grad schools. I mean, you might not need it, but it's better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it, in my opinion. So the GRE general test, which is what we write, measures your verbal reasoning, your quantitative reasoning, and your analytical writing and critical thinking skills. And these are skills that typically are developed over a long period of time, things you've been doing from primary, secondary school over time. They're just trying to test those skills, or maybe through focused preparation when you're preparing for the GRE. They are not particularly related to a specific field, so you don't have to be a lawyer to write GRE, you don't have to be an engineer to write GRE. It's a test that covers everything that is not specific to a particular field. So if you write a GRE, you get a score which is valid for 5 years. You can keep using it to apply to different programs for a period of 5 years, after which it expires. The test is administered year-round throughout the year. It's a computer-based test administered at prometric test centers, centers where you go and write the GRE, or you can choose to write it at home as well using your personal computer, though you'll be supervised by a human proctor, so to say. So that's the long and short of GRE. Probably we can get into more about it in the coming sections. So moving on to the structure and content of what the GRE exams entail. Sorry, please, if you have any questions, just keep dropping them in the chat box, and I'll probably get to answer them when I'm done with this talk. So for the GRE's structure was changed late last year, around September, October-ish. Previously used to be around close to 4 hours, but now it's 1 hour 58 minutes with no breaks in between. Like I said earlier, it consists of 3 particular measures they're trying to test: your analytical writing, your verbal reasoning, and your quantitative reasoning competences. So for analytical writing, you get 1 question, which is analyze an issue task, where you get to write on an issue for 30 minutes, and you are scored from 0 to 6 with increments of 0.5. So you could score 0, you could score 0.5, 1, 1.5, up to 6. Verbal reasoning consists of 2 sections, and the first section has 12 questions lasting for 18 minutes, and the second section has 15 questions lasting for 23 minutes. Then the quantitative reasoning section, pretty similar to the verbal reasoning, has 12 and 15 questions lasting, however, for 21 and 26 minutes. Both of them, the verbal and quantitative reasoning, are scored over 170. Though there is a minimum score of 130. So by just registering and showing up for your exam, it's pretty much like an automatic 130 over 170. What you're actually doing in the exam hall, in the test hall, is trying to fight for that remaining 40 marks between 130 and 170. And when you see people say they got 3 something over 340, the 340 they are talking is just coming from the addition of verbal and quantitative reasoning, 170 plus 170. So that's a quick overview of the structure. Yes. So your analytical writing, you first when you're writing the GRE, when you're taking the tests, you first write the essay, the analytical writing section. Then the verbal reasoning and quantitative reasoning sections come in different orders. You would have verbal reasoning first before quantitative reasoning. The first sections have quantitative reasoning before verbal reasoning. They shuffle it on a case by case basis. And one other thing I'd like to point out about this is previously GRE used to be question adaptive, but now it's section level adaptive, in the sense that you get a section is mostly well, the first section is usually an average of average difficulty. So your first section, either quantitative or verbal, the difficulty is average, what they think is like average for everybody. And based on how well or how poorly you perform in that first section, it determines the level of difficulty your subsequent section will be. So I came up with a simplistic infographic down there. I hope you can see this, which shows how your performance in the sections kind of influences your possible score range. So if you scored high in the first section, you most likely be facing a harder section in section two, harder questions in section two, where if you perform well, you get excellent grades. If you perform average, your grades will be good. If you perform low, the grades will still be fairly okay. However, when you perform poorly in the first section, you probably get an average or lower difficulty second section, and your grades won't be able to rise much further from there. So this is just an overview of how the structure, the content, and a bit of how the scoring guide works. Moving on to the different sections I talked about, analytical writing. Let's start with analytical writing. So analytical writing measures or assesses your critical thinking and analytical writing skills. So what it does, you're writing, it assesses your ability to articulate and to maybe support complex ideas, construct and evaluate arguments, and in essence, sustain focused discussion, coherent discussion, so to say. So issue tags which you come across in analytical writing, essay writing, let me keep saying essay writing so it doesn't get mixed up. Come from a broad range of subjects. We have a topic, your topic coming from fine arts, from humanities, from social and physical sciences. They pick their topics from broad range of subjects. However, I'd like to point out that once again, you don't require domain expertise. You don't need to have studied something in the arts or maybe in the humanities or in law in order to be able to speak incisively on these topics. There are things that if you're able to think, you should be able to answer them actually to the best of your ability. So how do these analytical essay questions work? So each issue topic would make a claim or present an opinion. They would bring out their own claim or opinion on an issue of broad interest, and you'll be asked to discuss it maybe from various perspectives or to like apply it to different situations or conditions, so to say. So they give you this scenario, they give you this claim, and they now give you specific instructions which you have to follow in responding to that issue. I have listed several sample instructions which GRE uses. So you could be given a claim and then be told that you should write a response in which you discuss the extent to which you agree or disagree with the statement and explain your reasoning for the position you take. In developing and supporting your position, you should consider ways in which the statement might or might not hold true and explain how these considerations shape your position. So basically, they are kind of giving you a structure already for how you should go about answering the question they are posing to you in the analytical writing section. And before you start being hypertensive about this, I'd like to point out that there's no right answer, there's no correct position to take, even if it's a controversial issue. There's no right answer for it. What they are trying to assess there is how you address the specific instruction they gave you and how you developed and supported your arguments for the position you eventually settled on. So they could give you an issue so controversial, and whichever stance you take, whether in support or against it, they are assessing how well you're able to defend the stance you take or articulate the stance you take. So no right or wrong answers, just you being concise, reasonable, and coming up with convincing arguments for your stance actually. So an example, a sample issue task of these are several sample issue tasks actually. One of them, the first one says the human mind. This is the claim they are making now. The human mind will always be superior to machines because machines are only tools of human minds. That's the claim they are making. The human mind will always be superior to machines because machines are only tools of human minds. The instruction they are giving now is write a response in which you discuss the extent to which you agree or disagree with the statement and explain your reasoning for the position you take. In developing and supporting your position, you should consider ways in which this might not hold true, might or might not hold true, and explain how these considerations shape your opinion. So someone could come up and say, yes, I agree with the claim made in this task where human minds always destroy to machines, because if we are the ones producing the machines, we obviously have more intellect, so obviously have more reasoning faculty than machines, or something like that. Or someone else come and say, oh, artificial intelligence is the whole artificial intelligence trend is bringing up new advancements that could very soon overtake human performance. If you're able to defend that stance adequately, works for you. They just want to know how you think, how you go about rationalizing your thought processes. So another example there is a sample issue task is the best way to understand the character of a society is to examine the character of the men and women that the society chooses as its heroes or its role models. Write a response in which you discuss the extent to which you agree or disagree with the claim. In developing and supporting your position, be sure to address the most compelling reasons and examples that could be used to challenge your position. So this is an issue perhaps that I think is quite germane to the Nigerian scenario actually. If they're saying should the Nigerian society like judged based on the people we hold to be our role models, some people could say yes to that when they say, oh, we have okay, fine, let me put it this way. A foreigner would use Nigeria as a case study of how, due to the fact that hush puppy used to be a big deal, maybe not a hero, but a role model to so many people, the Yahoo Boy Club in this instance, that could be a signal for saying Nigeria is technically a corrupt society, is a corrupt nation, which is actually something a lot of foreigners think of Nigeria as actually. That is one way to go about addressing this, that yes, if the people a country is supporting are bad, definitely means everybody there is bad, something like that. Or you could go against it saying, oh, not everybody should be judged by those who are in the limelight. There are bad eggs, but that does not mean everybody's a bad egg as well. So these are just examples of issue tasks that GRE asks in the exam. So these are actually live, like real GRE questions, real issue tasks that they ask in the actual exam. They are not like essay questions I formulated. They are questions they actually ask. So they put together a pool, all the issue tasks questions they will ever ask. They've written it out somewhere. They published it in a PDF. It's on their website. I write the link there. So in preparing for something like this, you could just go there, go through everything. It's a lot. You can't go through everything actually, and just see the kind of questions or the kind of claims they'll be expecting you to support or disagree with actually. So yes, I think I've spoken for a bit on analytical writing. Let me move on to verbal reasoning. So for verbal reasoning is assessing your ability to analyze and evaluate written material, to understand information from it, to identify relationships between different parts of sentences, between words and concepts as well. So about how verbal reasoning has three types of questions. The verbal reasoning sections have about three types of questions, but about half of this, the whole verbal reasoning sections in the GRE test measure are on reading comprehension. So they give you passages, short passages, maybe 1 or 2 paragraphs long, and they ask you questions based on what's in the passage which you're expected to read. So the question types for reading comprehensions, we refer to these questions with passages as reading comprehensions. The question types for reading comprehensions could be you selecting a single answer, or they give you a question whereby you're supposed to select multiple correct answers there, whereby it might be one correct answer, it might be two correct answers, so all the answers are correct. Or a question whereby they tell you to select a sentence from the passage that performs a specific function. So another, the second type of question, which you find in the verbal reasoning part, is sentence equivalence, and you also have text completion as well. Sorry, I just confirm how long I spent already. Oh my god. Okay, so sentence equivalence is all about picking two words that, when placed in a sentence to fill in a blank, have the same meaning. While text completion is basically filling the blank, whereby might be given a sentence with multiple blanks and expected to fill it up. So quickly moving on to a sample reading comprehension sample. So we have this passage. Sorry, I'll be rushing through this now because I think I'm short on time. So we have this passage. This is just a sample showing you what
Malga, don't worry. It's still like 12 minutes more thereabouts. I mean, let me say 10 minutes more, so we'll take 5 minutes for questions.
Okay, all right. So this is a sample reading comprehension question, whereby this is just one paragraph, and from that you're told to pick the option. What's the role of the two emboldened sentences in the passage? I could spend time going through this, but I'll provide this slide at the end of my presentation, so you can go through it in your own leisure. But yes, this is the answer, that the first sentence provides support for intermediate conclusion, while the second sentence states that intermediate conclusion. Moving on, this is a text completion sample, whereby you have a sentence with multiple blank spaces. They are told to pick from the options provided to fill in the blank spaces. So although many young professionals are dashed to settle in the suburbs because they believe it will exclude them from this is not necessarily true. The proper translation though at this stage was looking at this. So I have prepared for GRE, I have practiced for GRE. So looking at this, I could tell you what the correct answer is. And this is something that comes with practice if you're preparing for GRE. So we have, although many professionals are wary to settle in the suburbs because they'll believe it to blah, 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 although at an incipient stage. So C and F, so disinclined, sorry, E and F rather. For filling the blanks are found after the first blank. Good. So moving on, it was a CEO's view. This is one whereby you have to pick multiple options to fill in the blank. One option rather. So the CEO said that our corporation's reputation will be marred by the proposed ad campaign, so she elected to fire the current advertising company and bring in a new one. Solid mad. This is a sentence equivalent sample. The use of the word chaos in case theory is somewhat deceptive and misleading. Museum directors understand the need to establish the provenance of every work, including these attempts to hide the truths, so that veil and obscure. Good. So these are just sample questions from this verbal reasoning section. So quickly moving on to the quantitative reasoning aspect, it just tests basic mathematical skills, your understanding of elementary mathematical concepts, and ability to reason quantitatively. So questions typically come from your arithmetic, your algebra, your geometry, and your data analysis sections. And it's not something that, these are not questions that you need to have gone to university and studied mathematics in order to answer. There are mathematics at your secondary school level, and maybe at your first year in university mathematics level. So the question types are typically either quantitative comparison, multiple choice questions, where you pick one from a list of 5 answer options, or you pick multiple options, or you actually enter in the value that answers your question. So quickly moving on to our sample question. We have to quantitative comparison question, where you have quantity A being the original price of a gaming system, a price, let's call it P. Quantity B being the final price of a gaming system after a 20% price decrease, then a 25% price increase. Are these two quantities equal? Reasoning. Well, for this, actually, the 2 points are equal because when you reduce the price of a, let's say something was 100 naira, reduce it by 20%, it becomes 80 naira. Then increase it by 25%, becomes 100 naira back. So the 2 points are equal. So that's option C. Points are equal. We have another this thing. A researcher observed the number of times blah blah blah. You are told to calculate the average of this data set and the range of the data set and compare if the both of them are equal. The average of this data set is 4. The range of this data set is 7 minus 2, 5. So point A is less than point B. So B is our answer here. These are just examples of questions we see in the GRE. This is another data comparison question. I'll just skip through this. This is a multiple choice question whereby you given this graph and are told to find out which of the statements provided below are true concerning the graph. I'll skip this as well. These are more questions. Let me just skip this to prepping for GRE. So first things first, when you're preparing for GRE, it's good to have a target score in mind, which you're using to benchmark your progress. You could pick your target score by going through schools you intend to apply to and be like, oh, what's the average score they typically take from students they admit, or you could just be on your own and say, oh, I want to score at least this in order to apply to graduate schools. Good. So you have a target score in mind. Next thing, one thing I advise people to do is take a practice test at the beginning, right before you start prep, any prep whatsoever, so you know how well you already are and which areas you need to focus on to improve your overall score, more or less. So I've provided links to several practice tests at the end of this presentation, which I'll be sharing with you later. I also have a study plan or schedule. Maybe you want to study for 1 week before taking a GRE, maybe you want to study for 1 month, maybe 2 or 3 months, 6 months. Some people even take as long as a year preparing for GRE. So based on maybe your performance in your practice tests and the timeline to when maybe you want to start applying to grad schools, you pick a study plan and also your workload currently. Maybe you're someone that goes to work, so you won't have a lot of time to spend to study, and so your own timeline could be like 6 months or thereabouts. So based on that, pick a study plan. There are several platforms out there that offer in-depth comprehensive study plans. Magush is just one of them, which I listed here, but several platforms have study plans out there. Also, join GRE study groups or have a study partner. I think the JCS has a GRE a study group. I also know of several other study groups outside JCS. So join a study group. Seeing people solve questions, you get to understand their thought process. You get to try to solve faster and all that. You just get encouraged to put more effort to your prep. Play to your strengths. If you study something like engineering, your math is probably good already. Your quantitative reasoning is probably good. You want to focus more on your verbal reasoning. If you came from the humanities or social sciences, you want to focus more on the quantitative reasoning because your verbal reasoning is probably good already. For verbal reasoning, use flashcards. For quantitative reasoning, practice using a basic calculator. Don't use a calculator at all, because in the GRE exam, the calculator there is very, very basic. It's plus minus multiplication and division calculator. So you consult relevant study materials and platforms as well. There are so many out there. I just listed some: the Kaplan test, Manhattan Prep, Greg Maths, and all the likes. So all materials from all these different platforms are available in the JCS drive. I checked it out before listening is out here, which you can access via the link on this slide. Now, for analytical writing, your essay where you get to spend 30 minutes writing. 30 minutes might seem like a long time, but when you're under pressure, it's not a lot of time actually. So you need to learn how to type fast. If you do plan on taking GRE, you need to practice typing without spelling or grammar checkers. Don't use MS Word to practice for your analytical writing, because MS Word will give you suggestions that, oh, this is not correct, oh, this sentence is not correct, oh, this word is not correct, or stuff. Use like your notepad where you're not getting those suggestions, because GRE, you're using a notepad app. There's no suggestions in GRE test. Learn proper time management. You consult templates. People like Greg Maths, they've come up with a structure for this thing. You could audit their videos on YouTube or their materials available online for free, and try to imbibe these templates in your essays. And finally, practice as many essays as you can from the issue pool. practice, practice, practice. That's one thing I cannot overemphasize. So before I leave here, building of vocabulary. GRE is one of those exams that by the time you finish it, you know way more words than when you started it, because they use lots of obscure words. They use lots of words that you don't see in common English. They what people are calling AI words now, those big words that people don't use frequently. So you could start getting familiar with this by going through flashcards, going through vocab mountains, or visiting sites where you get to read articles in high-end English, like I've listed to the side here. And I think with this, if you go through all this, have study groups, study materials, I think you get a good chance of scoring reasonably high, a reasonable score in the GRE. So just a quick wrap up of the costs involved in registering and taking the GRE. So the test is like $220, though they're usually vouchers or funds online. That's for discount is as low as 160. There are also scholarships that offers to pay for your GRE. They select you, like my Kotaro, the high school at the Education USA OFP program. It's about $220. If you are trying to reschedule, I don't think Nigerians reschedule ever, but if you ever need to reschedule, it's cost $50. And your scores, immediately after you write the exam, you can send your scores to 4 schools for free. However, if you come back later and say, "Oh, I want to send it to another school," you'll be paying $35 per score report you send to the school. So yes, these are the test links I said that they provide. Then you get the slides so you can go through this at your leisure time to just practice, practice, practice. I can't emphasize that. So to wrap this up, I'd like to say that a good score is a score that gets you where you want to go to. So some schools, some we've seen adverts by professors where they're saying, "Oh, if you have above 290, if you have above 300, you can apply." Some schools they might need 320. So a good score is basically the score that you need to get into the program you want to get into. It doesn't have to be 330 to be a good score. It doesn't have to be 320 to be a good score. It just has to be good enough for the program or school you are applying to. So once again, no pressure, but apply pressure if you plan on taking the GRE. It's a morale booster. It boosts your profile, and if you do well on it, it boosts your chances of being selected from a pool of applicants, so to say. So I think my time is up now. This is where I'm ending. So if you have any questions from me, I'd be happy to take them now.
Thank you very much, Benga. Thank you very much for the succinct session. So I'll also take questions now. Okay, Ezekiel, please fire on, please. Thank you.
Okay, so my question is, so that someone doesn't fall like into the wrong hands, if I want to register for GRE, how do I get to register with the authentic people so that I don't get into like register through the wrong person? Because I was in a GRE group and someone messaged me from the group and was like, they help people register, and in fact you don't need to register, that they can write it on behalf of the person. So I began to sense something was not right there. So how do we know the right place to register?
Thank you, Ezekiel. So going on to ets.org. So maybe that should have been part of my slide as well. I'll put it there before I send it over to Josiah. So ets.org. Scrolling down, there's GRE. You don't have to pay anybody to register GRE for you if you are computer savvy. This is something you can do on your own actually with your system or at a cafe. If, on your phone too actually. The only place where you might start being worried is when you have to pay in dollars actually. So ets.org, there's GRE at the bottom here. I'm doing this right now in front of you, just so you see how it works. So you have this test taker, scorers, or advisor. How to take the test. General tests. Good. So it asks you to either create an account or log or sign in. So since I already have an account with them, I'm going to sign in instead of creating an account.
Okay. Okay.
Good. So it brings to this page
Okay.
where you can register for the GRE by clicking on register.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. GRE general tests. Find test centers. Let me see how to use Lagos. And I want to take the tests between May and June. So let's say May 20. The center in Lagos is this. So yeah. Show test times. So 8:30 a.m. in the morning is when is the time available on the 20th of May. If I check another
Okay.
yeah, if I check another day, on Tuesday, I can see 10:45 a.m. Let me just pick down because you know. So I clicked on register there and it brought me here. Where you just have to click clicking buttons and going on. From here it's straightforward until you have to make payments actually.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, so it's pretty straightforward. You can do it on your own. I hope
Thank
that
you.
answers your question.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
All right.
Yeah, Benga, you have one more question. Thank you for the great session. Please, could you walk us through your study plan? Do you have that?
Are you talking about me personally?
That was what the person asked. Said, could you walk us through your study plan?
Okay. So for me, I studied engineering, petroleum engineering. So my quantitative reasoning skills were pretty solid. I had to read up, but it was something that I knew that I didn't have to study as intensively as verbal reasoning. I wasn't as good with words as I was good with numbers. So I went through the Manhattan 5 pounds. Is it Manhattan? I basically did a refresher course. I spent like 4 or 5 days reading up on quantitative reasoning, the algebra, the geometry, and all that. And that was it. The rest of my quantitative reasoning prep was practicing questions, practice tests, and all the likes. For verbal reasoning, I consulted several materials. I used the Kaplan prep. I used the GRE Big Book. What else did I use? I used Greg Matt's. Greg Matt's Vocab Mountain. He compiled like 900 or 1,000 words that apparently those words are popular with GRE. You see them a lot in GRE. So all these text completion kind of questions, you probably encounter words like that. So I spent time. I was learning about like 50 to 100 words per day because I was rushing actually. So for me, I wanted to. I prepared for GRE for a month, focusing mainly on verbal because my quantitative was good. And I, to be honest, I didn't practice for analytical writing. I I had this false confidence in myself that I knew how to write, but apparently I didn't know how to write as well as I did. So my analytical writing, I didn't exactly prep for it. I prepped for my verbal reasoning and a little bit of quantitative reasoning, and well, I got the scores I wanted, the minimum scores I needed. So yeah, it's on a case by case basis. If your quant is already good, you don't need to focus so much on that. If your paper is already good, you don't need to focus so much on that. And like these platforms that I say have study schedules, they actually have schedules that are tailored to my quant is already good. Give me a study schedule that for this month my verbal reasoning, or maybe I'm not good in either one of them. I want to build both of them up at the same time. So it has tailored study schedules for each of these deficiencies. Let's put it that way.
Thank you very much, Binga. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate you, my bro. Like, I mean, you're the only person I know of that has met and wine and dine with a lot of Fortune 500 CEOs. So, thank you very much once again. Now, I'd like to move to the next session. Samuel Ulibode is going to be talking on publishing your works. I mean, he's resuming to the University of Ohio, University of Cincinnati, Ohio. He has over 10 publications. He's good at what he does. He's a graduate of biochemistry from Adekunle Ajasin University. So, Malga, you have the floor. You're a co-host already. Sorry, we delved into your time too much.
All right, thank you very much. I want to share my screen now so that I can just start right away. Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but I
Yeah,
can't see your
yeah.
screen yet.
Okay. I'm trying to share my screen. I don't know what's going on. It's taking a lot of time.
Let's see.
Okay, it's not responding yet. I don't know.
Okay, can you just still go audio in the meantime and while you try to figure out that? I mean, just one or two things you want to talk about.
All right.
Thank
All right.
you.
All right. So, yeah, good evening, everyone. My name is Samuel Olawale Olubode, and like he has said, I'm a graduate of biochemistry from Adekunle Ajasin University, Akungba. I'm also an incoming graduate student at the University of Cincinnati, Ohio. And today I'll be walking us through what I tag publishing your research work. And I hope this will respond on time so everyone can see my screen. I have a very little slide to share, which is going to make everyone to follow. Well, I don't know if maybe it is technical issues or network issues. Well, I think just started right now. All right. As a researcher, or let me say as someone in the academics, it is very important for you to have communication with people in your field. And for you to communicate with people in your field, you need to have what we call publication. And publication actually means communicating your ideas with your fellow peers, with experts in your field. It is very important in every part of academics, be it science, engineering, education, and all other fields in the academics. Okay, I think it's trying to respond now. All right, it is very
Samuel, are you there? So sorry. I think he's trying to figure that out at the moment. Very sorry for that. Just kindly bear with us, please. Just a moment. Hi, Precious. You raised the hand. Do you have a question?
Yeah, someone asked a question here. Is JAPA acceptable for different application or strictly one application alone?
Okay, so what's it?
Yeah, someone asked the question. Is JAPA acceptable for different application or strictly one application alone? You mentioned it.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. Hi Zainab. So a GRE is valid for 5 years, like I said. So if you're applying to any school, within that 5 years, you could keep using that GRE score to apply. But like I said earlier, immediately when you finish writing the GRE tests, right there at the test center, they allow you to send your scores to 4 schools right there. But the moment you leave there, and you want to maybe send your score to another school, you get to pay $35 for them to send your score to us. But for a period of 5 years, yes, so you can use it for as many applications as you want to. I hope that answers the question.
Okay, please let me get that right. So it means that I have to have 4 schools before the GRE exam. So that I leave the exam center, I upload it to them.
If you have 4 schools you want to send your scores to for the GRE exam, that's fine. If you don't have 4 schools, it's a wasted slot, obviously. But yes, the idea is that by the time you are coming to the exam hall, or maybe if you're writing it at home, that by the time you're writing the exam, you already have 4 schools in mind that you want to send your scores to. So they have these codes. It's a 4-digit code. Each school has a code assigned to it. So right there, when you finish writing the GRE exam like this, you will see your unofficial score. It's actually your score, but you see your score to be displayed there for you. Immediately after that, the next page, you won't even stand up. Right there where you're sitting down, they'll ask you where you want to send it to. It is there that you will now pick those 4 schools. If you have up to 4 schools, if you don't have 4 schools, fine. It's that you pick those 4 schools you want to send it to, and that's free. So once you end the exam there, that's where it ends. You send to 4 schools, yes. So subsequently, if you want to send to another school, you have to pay to send it.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, thank you very much, Benga. Thanks so much for the clarification. Yeah, so I'm trying to reach out to our speaker now. I think he's having issues with the getting to present the slide. So I've asked him to send me the slide so I can just present it on my end here while he just does the whole speaking thing. Please just bear with him, please. Just for a moment. So sorry. And if you have any other question, maybe as regard what we said so far based on the recommendation letter thing and probably any events we've done yesterday, I think you can ask now, please.
Okay, sorry, I wasn't around yesterday, but I have a question that has been bothering me. I don't know if I can still ask it.
Please ask your question,
Sir?
please. Please do.
Oh, okay.
Please
So
ask your question, please.
yes. Okay, so please, I am an HND student, and I want to do WES evaluation, and I was told that I'm going to combine both the ND and the HND together to do the WES conversion. Now, my question is, after the conversion, when I want to put it on the academic CV, how am I going to update? How am I going to fix it? Because one is
Okay,
ND, one is HND. So how will
okay.
I put it in the
So
US?
sorry, please. Hello, Ezekiel. Don't worry, you can ask your question. Your question will be addressed later today in the last session. Please just wait to the end. Luckily for us, we are having
Okay.
the last 2 sessions is going to be about polytechnic graduates and the WES evaluation. So please ask a question.
Okay, good evening, everyone.
Timlen,
Yeah,
your knowledge,
Mr.
please.
Benga, thanks for the.
You are raising your hand.
Yeah, can you?
Yeah, good evening, boss.
Yeah, good evening, boss. And thanks for the section. Mr. Benga, thanks for the GRE section. So I have a question concerning sending the GRE score to unofficial score not to the universities. What if you don't apply to these schools now and you send this course to the university? Is it acceptable? You've not actually applied for this to the school, but you're sending this course because you have this free trial. This for free trials, is that acceptable?
Yes, hi, Similine. So yes, sending your scores to a school you've not applied to, it's totally acceptable. Typically, you would have written the GRE even before you started applying to the school. So when you send your score to this, when you tell GRE to send your score to the school keeps track of your scores. They associate your score with you, so that when you're applying, if you tell them, "Oh, I've already sent my GRE score," they already have it in their records that yes, your GRE score is with them. So you can send your scores to a school you've not applied to yet, but you plan on applying to.
All right.
Does that
Okay.
make sense?
Thank you. Yeah. I got that. Thank you.
Mhm.
But I think you have one more question. Someone asked, after successfully taking the GRE and sending to these schools, is that the final stage for being selected?
I would ask selected for what? It's
Okay, Zainab, please, can you speak? Selected for what? What are you trying to talk about? Hello, Zainab, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you very clearly. Carry on.
Yeah, I mean, is that the final stage for being selected for the scholarship? Like for the particular application you are applying for?
Josiah, I just want me to take this, or you take it yourself.
Yeah, please take it. I mean, you are done in this.
Okay, so hi Zainab. So if I understood your question clearly, you're asking if GRE is the final stage in being selected for a graduate program. That's essentially your question. If the scholarship comes, it's just funding regarding a graduate program. Good. So it's not the final stage. It's just one of the boxes you get to tick. So if you're applying to graduate school, that's why I asked you if you wanted to take this. You're going to submit several documents. You're going to submit your transcripts from whatever university you finished from. You're going to submit your CV. You're going to submit your letter of recommendations. You're going to submit your SOP and maybe other essays as well. So the GRE is another document, so I put it that way, another credential you're going to be submitting as part of your application process. It's not, the GRE does not it's not like a deal breaker for if you get admitted or not. It's just a way of knowing, oh, is this student capable of thinking and analytically, thinking critically? Can this student handle the thought processes involved in graduate studies? That's what GRE is for. Okay, it's an exam that shows your capability in that respect. It's just one of several credentials you're submitting, which if you score high in your GRE, yes, it boosts your chances, but it is not the primary determinant of whether you get admitted or get funded in your graduate program. It's kind of like an exam you took and you're submitting, showing them the result that, oh, I performed like this in this exam, and says it's relevant to what they are looking for in their graduate student. They'll consider it when evaluating application. It's not the final stage in being selected for grad school. I'm guessing someone else could have spoken better on what's the criteria for graduate admission is actually. But does that answer your question? Or should I?
Yes, you did. Thank you.
You're welcome. Josiah, sorry, are you still here with us? Okay, while we wait for Josiah,
So
I
sorry.
just saw a question. Okay,
Yeah.
you're back. Okay, that's good.
Yeah, sorry, please. Okay, you can take the question,
Okay.
please.
Oh, someone was asking if we have a WhatsApp platform. That's actually your question, not my question.
Okay. So yeah, you said earlier you could join our community. We can check through our website, www.jcscholar.org. I'll drop it again. Yeah, you click on the community. When you click on community, like when you use our website, you click on community, you get a form that you can fill out. By the time you fill out this form, you get a response, and it's important that you upload your CV. because the most important thing we check for you to get into our WhatsApp platform is your CV. And the main reason we are looking to these CVs because to show your preparedness and readiness for graduate school. And if you're in this session, if you're in this boot camp yesterday, you understand we talk about CV and cold emailing. When both of them goes hand in hand. If you have a good CV, you most likely get poor responses from your cold email, and you might not even get responses. So that's why if your CV is not good, we send you a rejection email for you to fix your CV. And how can you fix this? There are a lot of samples on our website. Yes, you see different samples, different folders, see samples of letter recognition, see samples of SOPs, different things. And I promise you, this bootcamp is also being recorded. So it's going to be uploaded on our website. So you see the folder bootcamp 2024. So it's going to be there. I don't even answer your question. Elubenga, please who ask the question?
Okay,
Hello,
so
can you hear
that
me?
was Eniola. Yeah, it was Eniola.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
he said
okay,
you've
thank you very
answered it.
much, Eniola Fakayode. So I'd like to apologize once again. It's quite unfortunate that our speaker for the publishing your work thing is having issues with his laptop at the moment. I think he said his laptop hung. I tried reaching out to him on WhatsApp and he has to restart. I don't know. It's quite unfortunate that I'm facing this at the moment. But nevertheless, we will still love to take as much as possible questions. For me, let me just, I won't want to take a session. What will happen is he would do a pre-recording of himself, like maybe he's going to like, I'm going to create a meeting with him, so he's going to like do the slide, so we'll record it. So I'll just notice publishing your works is going to be under the bootcamp folder, also on our website. So you'll definitely find all of this there. I'm so sorry once again for the inconvenience that you might not be able to learn about that, like in a form of interactive class, but it's something you'll be able to like. You definitely get to learn it by yourself. It's something you can do. Yes, I'm sure it's going to explain this pretty much better. He has over 10 publications. I know he's good at what he does, but sorry, Nigeria is I don't know what's happening at the moment, but I'm very sorry. So up next, we're moving to using LinkedIn as an optimization tool. But we still have 15 minutes more before the speaker comes up for that. I think he's just getting back from Georgia in Pennsylvania at the moment. So we'll be back on track with us. So for the next 10 minutes, we would like to open the floor for different possible questions, probably from things that we've talked about yesterday, probably about the things we talked about today. So, but I'd like to mention something about letter recommendation. And personally, I feel it's one of like the most important documents you should take note of. Okay, Eniola, no, it's not until you join this community. You don't have to join the community before you have access to all of these recordings. Like I mentioned, the recordings are going to be on our website, not on the WhatsApp platform. Is that clear, please? So for the letter recommendation, I would advise you to use lecturers that you know that you can vouch that they can vouch for you pretty good. You know, something about LORs I've had over time is, oh, my recommended didn't submit for me. And to be honest, if you don't have one, if you have an application that requires for 3 LOR and you submit just 2, trust me, that application is a wasted effort. No matter the amount you pay, no matter how much effort you put in, it's a wasted application. And for people, you ensure that people will submit. So it's not that lecturers or maybe professionals that will be asking you for money to submit recommendation letters for you because they feel everything is about the JAPA wave now and all of that. I don't know. But it just needs to ensure that these people are trusted people that they'll write good things for you. And if you people are these people are nice or they are kind enough, they are people that you can also draft your LOR for them. I mean, you can draft something good for yourself. Like the first speaker said, Formula, she said you should have at least a page and a half. That's like the normal standard of how it should be. You know, let's see that be letterhead. And she taught us how we can create an official email. So I think she mentioned Zoom mail, right? Yeah. So please let's work with that, and everything will be on our drive as promised. So yesterday we started with how to research for schools. Money also was one talking a whole lot more beyond that, but this is our website. There are some websites you can check out to know for good schools. If you search US News Education, you search for that on the internet. That way you'll be able to like streamline this your program, maybe education, maybe engineering, be able to tick boxes, then to streamline different schools for you, show you from the top ranking schools to the like lower ranking schools in the US. You can also check for schools in Canada too. Or there's always this method of application one of my organs talk about. Particularly, I mentioned you should have your like the IRAM school, you have your like schools that yes, you have very high chance of entering. That's like your major rated school. Then you have like the lower rated one, you call it the safety schools. So that's really sharp. Like try to find a way to spread your applications and harness as much as possible application fee waivers as you can. There's also another website you can check out, www.4icu.org. I'm putting that in the chat box, 4icu.org.org. This way you'll be able to check out different countries. You could check out different countries and see different schools. You see that those are offering postgraduate degree, those that are not offering postgraduate degree. And if you are doing your course or not. Sometimes the main reason for this boot camp is to ensure that to keep us prepared for the spring application, spring 2025 application. You know, for 2025 application is over and a lot of decisions are out. Almost all decisions are out. So it's that time of the season again to resume sending cold emails. That's why we are taking up this boot camp. We are making it very, very explicit as much as possible. It's something you can do by yourself. We don't collect money from anybody. It's a non-profit organization. So we really want the best for every one of us here. And I'm looking forward to hear from you guys in different countries across the world winning big. Then the next speaker also spoke on statement of purpose. He mentioned some intricate differences between statement of purpose and the personal statement. What are things you should know? What are things you should see? You know, your statement of purpose oftentimes is much more related to your like written to your research interest. Your personal statement, how did your personal experience, your background, and all these things shape you to like go for these interests? You know, they are similar, but there are still little differences there. But there are some applications. The link to streamline the schools, Bamiche. If you check US News Education, US News Education, just search for that on Google. When you go to click on the first thing you see, go to you see the website. Just scroll by your left, you would already see it. You see there. Should I share my screen? Let me share my screen. Maybe probably I can do that now, real quick. Okay, a moment, please. I don't know. Can we see my screen?
Not yet. Not yet.
Yes, sir, we can see.
Yes,
Oh,
I can see it.
okay. Okay, thank you very much. You can see US News Education, right? Just search US News Education. Click on the
Can
first
stop
one.
showing.
Stop sharing, okay?
Yes, I'm
Has it
not
stopped
seeing
sharing?
it.
No, we can
No,
still
it's
see
sharing.
it.
Yeah,
And
I
I'm
can
not
see it
seeing it.
for me.
Okay, so this is it, right? This is the website, US News Education. So you just click on grad schools. Under grad school, you see different listing: education, engineering, fine arts, health, law, library studies. I mean, business MBA. Somebody was talking about MBA yesterday. He was asking numerous questions about MBA. So these are the best schools for MBA, and most of them they either ask for your GRE or your GMAT. But I think MBA guys tend to write GMAT. But these are the schools. These ones are for part-time MBA. So you see the full ranking list: Stanford, University of Pennsylvania, Wharton, Northwestern University, Kellogg, University of Chicago, Booth, MIT Sloan, Harvard, UC Berkeley. You know, these are like the top schools and you can always find a way. Look at this now. By the left, program ranking, business, or specialty, school name. You can search by location, like each state. You can change the states. Let's use Chicago. You can use New York. Then the tuition, you can leave that. Is there in-state tuition? It will show you that you can. Okay, Adibin, you are checking other programs. You can. I see this is logged. Like what is like their GMAT score, like what is like their requirements. But maybe probably it's logged because they don't have information on that for each school. So, but acceptance rates, grant, I mean, all these things are things you can check by yourself. So these are also
Yes, yes.
Duke University, University of Michigan, Auburn, Emory University, University of Texas, Austin, Markham. You know, you need to just very Indiana University, Kelly. There are different counties. So you have to be sure of what you are checking. University of California, a lot of University of California as well. This one is in Los Angeles. I showed you one earlier, University of California, Berkeley. Okay, I think Samuel is. back. I said the system is acting up. I have to go off now. Samuel, please, can you take over? Just for like 5 minutes, please. So sorry. Hello, Samuel. Are you there? Ezekiel, only
Yeah,
what
can,
link are
can
you
you
asking for? Okay, Samuel, please, just for like 5 minutes, please.
Okay, the one for the that you were just sharing your screen now.
Yeah. I said search US news education on Google. That's all you
Okay.
do, and you click on the first thing, right? Samuel, please, you have just like 7 minutes. I don't know how you do it. Well, I already told them you
all right,
like do a YouTube video for us on this. I mean, a
all right,
video
no
will
problem.
upload here.
So
Thank you.
can you see my screen now?
Yes, pretty clear.
All right.
Yeah.
So very quickly, I'll just rush through all the slides. So I'll be speaking on publishing your research work, and I have said it earlier that as someone in the academics, you need to communicate your work, your idea with people that are in your field. And the highlights I'll be looking at is the highlights are shown on the screen, like a typical manuscript. I'll speak on choosing the right journal, crafting your manuscript, navigating the peer review processes, understanding open access, ethical consideration, and maximizing impact. So, like I've said, whether you are a seasoned researcher or you are a newcomer, you need to communicate your ideas with people in your field because it shows that you really know what you are doing. If you are trying to bridge a relevant research gap and you are keeping it to yourself, then you are not a researcher. You are not someone that is fit to be the academic. So whatever research that you have done, whatever results you have gotten, you need to communicate the results with people so that people can actually try it. We never can tell. Your research might be a research that would solve a very big problem in the society. So I'll run through the overview of a typical manuscript. A manuscript is just like, or let me say your research work is just like your undergraduate research project or master's research project. In the undergraduate, we just write our project report. It's going to be very bulky. The difference between undergraduate research project and a manuscript is just that a manuscript is very succinct in the sense that all the information, all vital informations are there, but they are very short. It's like summary of all of what you write in your undergraduate research project or your master's research project. So a typical manuscript must have the title and also the name of the authors and their affiliation. It must have the abstract, and if you can compare with the normal project, you see that all these are also featured in normal projects. And of course, it will have the introduction. Some people call it background, some call it introduction, and after that, you need your materials and method, of course. Then the results section, the discussion and conclusion, and the references. So you need to craft your manuscript. You need to draft it out in a way that everything will be very succinct. And I want to say that the main difference between your manuscript and your undergraduate project is your topic, because a lot of people do ask if they can publish their undergraduate project. I'm using undergraduate project because it is something that every one of us has already passed through. Every one of us has already done it. So the difference is that uh, the report of your manuscript has to be very succinct. Your title remains the same, the authors the same, abstract the same. The introduction, you need to summarize it. It has to present the overview of whatever you are doing. It has to introduce the reader to the big picture, and it has to be streamlined down to the research gap that you want to bridge. So the methodology is actually the same. The result is the same, but you need to arrange it in a succinct way. and it has to be very clear and precise. Then the discussion is almost the same. You can make it very short. Then the references. All right. So after you might have done your research, you need to choose the right journal for you to publish your research. You cannot be working on, let's say, nanoparticles, for example, and you want to go and publish in mechanical engineering journal. It is not possible. You need to read manuscript that has been published in your field, know the kind of journals that they are being published in, then you choose the right journal for your work. The journal that you are going to choose has to cover the scope of your work. You need to consider the impact factor and reputation. You need to check the scope if your work is going to fit in. The journal has to cover what you have done. You need to check the scope and relevance of your research. Then you need to check the target audience and readership. A very important part is the publication fee and open access option. There are publication fees in publishing your research work. However, there are some, if you are very rich, you can actually pay the publication fee. But if you are not rich, most of us are not rich in this part of the country, we tend to apply for waiver, just like we always do when we apply for a graduate school. So, and another very important thing to consider is the turnaround time and peer review processes. So how do you craft your manuscript? After having your results, after doing your research in the lab, after writing your manuscript, you need to also go to, if you have gotten a journal that you want to publish in, you need to go to the journal and check for their guide, because different journals, they actually, they don't want the same thing. Some journals might tell you that, okay, we want you to design, they give you a template to use to craft your manuscript. Some will tell you that they want this type of reference. Some will tell you that they want JAPA. Some will tell you that they want this. So you need to go to the journal website, check for their guidelines in crafting your manuscript, and you follow the guidelines. This is a picture that shows an example of a journal, and I have circled a tab for guide for authors. So if you click on the tab, it's going to give you instructions on how you craft your manuscripts. But generally, your manuscript has to be clear and concise. The proper formatting and citation style, you need to consider that. The quality of images has to be high, and your research work has to be accurate. Then your references has to conform with the journal style. Then very importantly, your abstract and summary have to be very strong, because it is your abstract and summary that people will see when they want to read your manuscript. So if your summary is not strong, if your abstract is not strong, people will not read your manuscript. But if your abstract is very okay, they will tend to download your manuscript and they will read it, which is going to give your work visibility and citation at the long run. So after that, all right. So
Please.
after that,
Thank you.
yeah, I will rush things up. After submitting your manuscript, there is a part of the manuscript processing, which is the peer review. This is just like a waiting period for graduate school application. You need to wait for the journal to review your manuscript. That is, they are going to send it to experts in your field, experts that you don't know. So they are going to review and give you a constructive feedback and revision on your manuscript. They might tell you to review a part of it. They might even reject it. So if you are trying to publish your work, you should also expect rejections after submitting your manuscript. And a very important part of publishing is the open access. Always try to target journals that are open access. If your manuscript is published in an open access journal, it will give it a wide range of visibility. It means that people are going to be able to go online and download it from any part of the world. But if it is not open access, the manuscript will be restricted to only people that have subscription to that journal, or only people that has money to pay to read journals. So it is very important for you to target journals that are open access. And there are several ethical considerations that you need to follow when you are writing your manuscript. the integrity of your work is very important. You don't have to doctor any results. You don't have to just because you are very good with statistics doesn't mean you should just sit down and craft out results, craft out some graph and start publishing. Whatever error that you make might actually cause a big error for someone trying to test your research work on probably human sample. So you should be very transparent, and you should also avoid plagiarism in your work. You don't have to go and copy someone else's work and publish. So please, all these ethical considerations, you need to put them in place. And the final part of it is maximizing the impact. After your research is being published, the only thing that you need to do is to share it with your peers. You need to give it a wide range of visibility. You need to share it on social medias, on academic network, or you need to upload them on academic archives so that researchers can read and they can reference your work, can give you citation and give you visibility. And in conclusion, I will just read this part. Publishing your research work is a rewarding but very challenging endeavor. So by carefully navigating the seas of academic publishing, you can share your discoveries with the world and contribute to the advancement of knowledge in your field. And also remember to choose your journal wisely, craft a compelling manuscript, navigate the peer review processes, uphold ethical standards, and maximize the impact of your work with dedication, perseverance, and commitment, and also resilience. That is very important. Your research has the power to make a lasting impression on the academic landscape. Thank you very much, and I'm very sorry for the glitch in the transmission earlier. So my system just acted up. But if there's anything I still need to do, probably on the group or personally, anyone can just reach out to me, and then I'll do it very well. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Samuel, for the succinct and sharp presentation. I can just take just one question, please. So Victor Pan, please, you can go. Please, real quick.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. I just have a question about trying to like proofread or what platforms do you suggest for us to like do like a plagiarism check? Because I'm in works of trying to like publish a couple of papers, but I've been having issues because the feedback I've been getting was that I should do like a plagiarism checkup, but I've not been able to like get like a proper site that will give me like a concrete results when it comes to plagiarism checker. Do you have any idea of which one I can use?
Yes, you can actually use Turnitin. Turnitin is very popular, but it's quite expensive, and a lot of people don't have access to it yet. So we use a plagiarism X checker. You can write it down and download the app. It's not as strict as Turnitin, but it's still okay. So that plagiarism X checker.
Plagiarism X checker.
X for xylophone.
Okay, am I always write everything together?
Yes, you can write it together. You can, if you just type it on Google, Google is going to bring it out.
All right.
So although it's having that X checker, I think it has subscription also, but it's quite cheaper compared to Turnitin. But if you are able to, if you can navigate the internet very well, you should see a cracked version. So I will try to check if I'll do it on the group.
All right, thank you very much, Samuel. Thank you very much once again. Victor, I think duplicate checker works. Just you have to do 1,000 words per time. But if you can subscribe to Quillboot, that works too, I think. Thank you very much once again. So next our speaker, so sorry for delaying you. We're calling on Aimekon Adeboale Odumoagon. I call him Oliver Penn. Yeah. Ijoba Tap. So he's a graduate student at Pennsylvania State University. That's an Aurora University in the United States of America. He's studying material science and engineering for his doctoral degree. I think he's one of the forerunners of JCS. So we're speaking on LinkedIn as an optimization tool. You need to see his LinkedIn profile. Trust me, it's really crazy. Everyone, please, you have the floor. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Leke. Can you all hear me?
Yeah, sure.
So am I very hello? Am I audible enough?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Um. Yeah. So my name is Adibo Ali. Coming. Yeah. So I would be taking you through like a walk on how to like navigate uh, how to use LinkedIn as an optimization tool. Basically, the whole process that we've been going through since yesterday is like, they are like a compendium of like what you should look like, what you should present yourself as when you are like pushing for graduate opportunities, right? So this is like another addition to the compendium. It's like an additional tool that you want to add to like making you like a full well packed person. And so far so good. LinkedIn for me has been very useful. I would say it's like kind of like a virtual presence. It gives you like a virtual address. Like, okay, I want to know Ayobami Pagori, sorry for that. I would check and see your track record and see some of the things that you've been doing. And I can say, okay, yeah, this person, in this line, this person is actually in this line also. Yeah, so it's a good one to have that. I will just share this. Um, I'll just share my screen so we could see one or two things. I don't actually have a very super slide, but like I hope this will work. Um, um, okay. Please, can you see my screen right now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So LinkedIn as a tool for networking and exploring opportunities. I believe many of us like have heard about like LinkedIn or whatever. Some of us even have an account. I don't know. But like you want to know what exactly is LinkedIn? Why do I need it? How do I set up an account? How do I optimize it? How do I access grad opportunities with LinkedIn? Basically it's more of like a professional platform. We have different platform like the Instagram, we have the Twitter, we have the other ones like that, but like LinkedIn is more tied towards the professional part, and you want to as much as possible be professional in your engagement in that platform, right? So it's termed like a professional networking platform. Also, some people like get opportunities, job opportunities offer from LinkedIn. It just varies. You might even need it after grad school, like even beyond now. So it's like giving you like your virtual resume, your virtual CV that people could look at and see your engagement and see if maybe you trustworthy. As a matter of fact, when you are applying for visa to the United States, some visa official might tend to look at your LinkedIn profile. You will now see people having to like brace up, optimize their LinkedIn, make it looks good, make it looks like what they are saying in their DS-160. You want to like start now, so by then you'll be like well relaxed, all set. So why exactly is LinkedIn first? It's more like an online resume. If you look at the image at the right here, for me, I'm seeing it at the right. I don't know. So it looks like something like an online resume, online CV. It is, however, still different from your normal CV for grad school application. I know we've gone through a process of the CV part, but just see LinkedIn as your virtual CV, what people will see you, even if they do not have your CV with them, even places you've not turned in your CV. When they see your profile, they could see what like you are made of, what is in your CV and all. That is why sometimes you might have to like transfer some of your information on your CV to your profile online, because that is what people might tend to see more, because we're in a global, we're in the digital age, and everybody's on their either on their phone or on their laptop, so they would be able to see you even without having your CV with them, right? um as a matter of fact, when I was applying to grad school, I've seen a couple of like so and so viewed your profile. I would see maybe from a university that you might have turned in your application. I don't know if any, it might thumbs up if you've had that kind of experience. You see people from a particular school that you maybe send a mail to or like apply to. You see people, you see like LinkedIn say like people from social university viewed your profile. Do we have anybody like have that experience? You might thumbs up. Yeah, that is to tell you that the admission committee sometimes check applicant on LinkedIn. They check your profile. You understand? So you want to like make it looks very, very sharp. You understand? And also sometimes you might see like prospective advisor, principal investigator post opportunities on LinkedIn. Like I'm hoping to receiving like a PhD student or master student at the University of so they share the update, and you know if you are there you can also see it, right? So your profile optimization is the key thing about LinkedIn. You might have accounts, I don't know. If you do not have an account, that's even the first thing. LinkedIn.com, create one. However, what is the most important, no matter what you have now, is how you continue to optimize your profile, right? Because as far as I'm concerned, in the world right now, LinkedIn is the number one that any recruiter, employer, anybody want to look at. They want to go and check if you are real, if you're a real person. You might submit an application to me right now, and I will have to go and check your online profile and see maybe you even have an online like presence, or this person is just like maybe a zombie or something else that we don't know. If you are not anywhere online, they can't find you. If I type your name, I can't see your LinkedIn profile, Facebook profile, anything, then I'll be like, I'm not sure this person is real. Maybe until I see this person one-on-one. But you don't want to, it gives them a first impression of your personality. So the part that is very much important is the top four, the summary, and your experience part. That is what people will tend to look at the most. A summary of what you have, the top parts like your banner, your taglines, and your profile picture. They makes a lot of sense if you make it well. Okay, yeah. So for me, I think I will have to like go practical, because it's better you like have a full grasp of what I'm saying by checking some stuff. So permit me to use my profile. It's not the best. People have much more like better. Like it's just something that I've been like, been putting together for a while. Let me know if you can see this. You can thumbs up if you can.
Yes, sir, we can see it.
Okay, yeah, so good. So this is what I want you to look at first, the top part of the profile. This is like the banner. You can always edit it using this icon. You might have to start taking notes right now. The banner might look like something that portray your personality or your career or your interest or what you want to do, right? And your profile picture should be very, very like sharp. I used to have one before, but I just changed it to something recent. If you look at my profile picture, I'm very like strategic. My profile picture, if you look at the background, you see some engineering stuff. You will see even additive manufacturing right inside. My banner, you see additive manufacturing, you see material. Then right from the first impression, you will know that this person is into additive manufacturing. You get what I'm saying? So I've given you a good impression. Then you now check my profile, Adibwadi Jumago, Dr. Student at Penn State, and other stuff that you want to put there. For you, before I got into grad school, I used to put pursuing interest in advanced materials and additive manufacturing. Then I put high scholar. I put my NGO and other like AYP fellow, impact driven. I show like something. Then when you get to grad school, you might want to update it. So this is very important. Your banner is important, that portray your field. I had to use Canva to like design my banner. This background is my university. This is my my area of interest and other stuff. Then you want to go all the way to about you, because when I check your profile, I'm going to like look at what you are made of. Okay, who is this person? Then I'll check. Welcome to my page. My name is you can always check this. I have a couple of stuff there, my awards, my affiliations, and other stuff. Then when I read that, I'll be like, this person is really like, it's into this thing, and this is a good, I want to connect with this person, right? Even at that, if you yourself want to connect to someone, they will check it out, be like, is it worthy of like accepting your invite? Some people you will send it. I've sent invite to some people like very top profile, and they accept. Why? They looked at my profile, well optimized. This person is like, he knows what he's doing. Like, you understand what I'm saying? Not the best. I'm just using it as an example. They will like tend to accept your profile. Especially if you're applying to grad school, you want to connect with the grad students, you want to connect with the prospective advisor that you've seen their profile. You've checked out to like navigate your way in school page. I know there've been a session on that, how to like review, how to check the school page and find advisor, that kind of stuff, like searching for schools. Yeah. Then you've seen the Professor ABC. Then you go to LinkedIn, check it. If make sure your profile is optimized well enough, then you like connect with that professor. My friend in Georgia Tech, aerospace engineering, got his advisor via LinkedIn. Like the professor is very busy, but on LinkedIn, they see it more professional. Like this person was able to mail me and still come here to mail me and let him know how much interest. Then they set up a Zoom call right immediately, and he got into Georgia Tech. So this is like my friend. We used to study together in FUTA, very close, my BGS. Then your experience, very important. You want to let them know what you are doing. Like just put them for me. Yeah, you can always check them. I have a couple of them. Education, you want to make it looks very good. Sometimes you might have to like put activities and other stuff that you are doing in FUTA. When I was in FUTA, these are a couple of activities that I've had and other stuff. Your license and certification, important, put it there. I have a number of them. Upload it. Don't let anybody tell you. Don't just make it shallow. And no, make it very strong. If you keep scrolling, you will keep scrolling, you will keep scrolling, you will keep scrolling all the way. Go there, like put them all the way. Then sorry, okay. After that, you want to like add projects. Some of you have done a couple of projects at school, and it might not be publication. As a matter of fact, I think I only had one publication when I was applying to grad school, and one submitted. Not like super strong, but I have a couple of projects I've done when I was in FUTA, my undergrad, all my custom paper and all. You might want to put them there. Make sure they are well written. You don't just put something that is not sound. Put them there. Let them be like maybe 5 or 6. I don't know, whatever you've done. Your volunteering experience, put it there. I'm an OFP scholar, okay, and also like I've like had this kind of boot camp, put it there. Okay, this person have affiliation with the US government. My NGO and other tons of volunteering experience, put them there. What you've done, a lot of them, like keep putting them there. As a matter of fact, myself, I think Leke was part of the organization. We founded SP FUTA with Shego and other colleagues. Some of them are now in grad school. Put what you have done there. A lot, yeah. Then you want to go to your skill part. Just mention a couple of skills that aligns with your interest, what you are doing, what you are pursuing to do. You understand? Just put a couple of them there. It doesn't matter. Then tell your friend, write me a recommendation. This is my friend. Is in what school is this? Maybe he's in Massachusetts or something. Like I told a couple of my friends, write me like recommendation. I also wrote them recommendation. It's a win-win. This Shagun Timmy in Georgia Tech, very good. Use LinkedIn. His advisor Pam, he got in. This is Alex, my very good friend. These are like my guys, my cycle that we finished together from FUTA, pursuing electrical robotics, like in Michigan. Like we have that kind of network, and we are growing it. What else? Put your honors and awards, PPG Fellow, FP Scholar, I Scholar, FSB Scholar, whatever you've had. It makes you more competitive. Whatever you have, put it all the way, like put it there, your scholarships, everything, put it there. Make it strong. Describe, not just putting give a brief description of what that is so that people can understand your stuff. I even went that nonsense jam school. I'm very low. Mean by sorry for speaking you, but Yeah, so you put everything there, your organization, your affiliation, have like put your affiliation and all. This is not even the best. It keeps going. These are like sections that you don't want to miss. You want to like make it very strong. Look at this woman. This is like a kind of profile you should have, not like a selfie profile and all. Like it doesn't make you look good. This is a good profile. This like there are couple there are a couple of profiles here that makes a lot of sense. um yeah, so you want to like make the very best of this opportunity. I'll show you something else, but like I want you to know that you can connect to grad students, even ask them questions. I've had a number of them. Yeah, I want to like apply. I want to speak with the professor. I had an interview with him. I spoke with the grad student in that lab. She's a Nigerian, and she was giving me a lot of updates right on LinkedIn. We were chatting. I can show you. I've connected with my professor that I'm currently on LinkedIn, and even after our interview, then on LinkedIn connected, she accepted. I appreciated her and all, and everything looks good. You want to follow the school page that you are on LinkedIn. They might be dropping some updates, application fee waiver, anything like you see anything. Also, you want to like be using this hashtag on LinkedIn if you want to find an assistantship or scholarships. Just put the hashtag PH, because most people, when they post something, they would use that particular hashtag, right? They will use that hashtag, and when you put that hashtag on your LinkedIn, you would see a lot of opportunities that looks like that. Fine, it makes a lot of sense. Before I go, I just want to show you if I can see, just so you see the LinkedIn is more than what some people thought it is. It's like it gives you like that kind of professionalism. Who is this? Sorry, I don't know. I'm finding just so you know, I've had a lot of DMs here. I want to show you something, just so you know that Leke, my boy, always on my neck. Yeah, Leke is very good. Okay, for example, my professor, um dear professor, so this is like a personal DM I will send to you. My name is Adebola, and I hold the bachelor degree in mechanical engineering. Your research expertise deeply caught my attention. You might want to copy this now and be using it while you are mailing them in their normal code email. You will also be doing it. They'll be like, this guy is very serious. However, you see my LinkedIn profile, it's already look like what I'm talking about. It looks like that interest, so I'll be able to catch their attention. You understand? So I got there, I use it. Your interest caught my attention, and I deem it fit to connect with you. Then I will connect. She accepted. We had an interview. All good. The boy be coming. I really like you. I want you to come. That is not enough. These are professors that I've connected with. This is Edward. He's a very good person. He was the one that referred me to a lot of PI even in my school. These are like, look at this man. Hello, Dr. Clear. I'm motivated by your significant contribution to advanced manufacturing. As a result, I'm extending an invitation. Thank you for your time. Boom, 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 boom. Hi, Adewale. Thank you for reaching out. Are you looking for a grad vice position? I didn't ask him. He asked me. I just say I want to connect. As a matter of, I think he has an assistant position, but maybe he might have taken another person. I didn't later go with him. Same person, my sky went with another person. You can be that, like, be flexible, not just code email. Go and find them here. You understand what I'm saying? Good. I want to maximize my time, and I think I've exhausted that. So yeah, if you have any question, please ask so that we can talk. And I want to end it. I just came back from the church. It's a bit, yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. Egbon, I'm very grateful. I'm very humbled.
Yeah.
I call him Joba, Joba after. I mean, that's Oliver Penn. Yeah, he's the incoming mayor of University Park, Pennsylvania soon. So Ezekiel Olu, I mean, you can go on. Please ask your question. Please.
My God, I've been shouting since. I don't know. I was thinking, I have a very good LinkedIn profile, but seeing this, my own is just learning work. It has not gotten anywhere. So actually, my question is, I saw a place you were mentioning about use of hashtags. So I want more clarification on how to make use of those hashtags. And also, like I said, like my own LinkedIn, I attached my CV to it. So I don't know if I should remove it, but it's not my current CV. So I don't know if it does need adding it or I can remove it.
Um, I don't know if your CV is like, I've seen people do that, but for me, I don't really see the need. I I would, my CV is kind of very personal to me, and I don't want all my information to be like boom. I will only allow you to see what I want you to see on my LinkedIn profile. There are some other very deep and personal stuff that connect with me that I don't want you to see. So it depends how open you are to like the world to see your compendium of experience and profile. It's okay, but it's like there is no really need if you have a well optimized profile already. You just send your CV to people that you want them to see it. Your advice, prospective advisor, employer, and other stuff. Make your LinkedIn profile looks like close to that, but not necessarily having your CV itself there aside from your profile. So it's all depends on you. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Then the hashtags. I asked about the hashtags and how to use it.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Let me quickly just see this. Enter screen. Let me share it again. Okay. Can you see what I'm showing you now?
Yes,
Just
sir.
search here and say hashtag PhD position. You will already be seeing it. This guy is a good guy. Okay, so most likely, let me say hashtag PhD. Most likely, many people that post on LinkedIn will use the hashtag of the major headline of what they are communicating. If they are communicating about Erasmus Mundus and someone posts an opportunity, we likely use hashtag Erasmus. You get what I'm saying? They will use the hashtag of the
Yes, sir.
main heading of the opportunity.
Okay.
So if you know the opportunity you are looking for, you find the hashtag, you use the hashtag of the opportunity. So if I search PhD, I will likely see people that have posted about, have used the hashtag of PhD and likely opportunities. Let me use hashtag PhD position. This woman is always posting that. You know, are you ready to be part of your PhD postdoc interview? You can see an opportunity exactly. So
Yeah.
these are exactly PhD in astronomy. You know, it's just one of the things. You can see opportunities that people put, like there are more. I think you can always see all posts. You can always see
Okay.
more and more and more, all the hashtag of that opportunity. But the best thing is, I know you've heard about it, code email, look into the school, you know, make your profile very strong. You've gone through all the compendium of like this JCS pack, all the test score, reference, recommendation, SOP, all those things are good. Then you want to like find the person that you want to meet that match your interest. Aside from this, you might not get many opportunities. They might not post the opportunity, but I found her. She didn't post that she need anything on any social media. Some of them are very busy. You find them, right? All your application material together. Just an hint, what I did, my CV, my research statement, just one page, and yeah, my CV very strong, very optimized. My research statement, I have a research statement of what I want to do. My PR was very impressing, all what I want to do in one page. I think I've shared it before. And a short code email. I sent through for with my transcript, and I've gotten several interviews that I had to like come down. So it all depends on, yeah. LinkedIn is just an additional tool. You can always connect with the person you are corresponding with in email, still connect with them. They will see that passion, that enthusiasm, and other opportunities. The goal is even beyond now. If I'm looking for an opportunity or a job in that line of interest, my profile has already spoken well of me. Like in that area, this person is colossal.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
You're
Precious,
welcome.
please take your question real quick so Polyboy can come on board and
All right, thank you very
please
much, sir.
send the link to all of your friends. I mean, your friends, your enemies, especially polytechnic graduates. Please let them join, please. Especially please. Thank you.
All right, my question is, I'm into tech, that is design in particular. So do I need to create a different profile for the scholarship?
You are into tech like
Yeah, like web design and then graphics design and other stuff. So my question is, do I need to create a new profile for the scholarship?
okay,
Like,
you don't want them to see you as a tech kind of person. You want them to see you like maybe in line with what maybe your field. I don't know your field. Is that what you are saying?
Yeah. Yes.
It's my conflict. They might sometimes you will have your LinkedIn profile, your CV. I know you've seen that part. Then they click it. You might create one that they want them to see. But for me, it's a bit dicey. You might want to put your profile based on what you are looking for at that moment. You can always maybe change whatever you want to change later. You might want to remove some section and make LinkedIn look and make your digital profile look like what opportunity you are looking for. If you are looking for a interest in biology and I'm saying web design, it doesn't go well. You understand what I'm saying? So you want to use a profile that match your field for the main time that you are looking for the opportunity. If you are going for a visa interview, mind you, if you are putting web and other stuff there, and your admission with you is biology, engineering, or biotechnology, and they are not seeing that thing at all in your profile, I'm serious. Visa officials check it. They looked at your profile sometimes to verify what you are saying and correlate with what you use in your DS160. And they've denied people because of that. So you want your profile to look like what you are looking for, what you really are looking for. I understand what you are saying. Maybe you've diversified a little bit to doing tech, but you want to pursue interest in maybe your main field that you started in your undergrad. You understand? I understand, but you want your profile to look like what you are really looking for right now. If that is really what you are looking for, but if you are not really like all the way into that thing that you want to do now, then you might still leave it there. But it might limit, it's not impossible. But
thank you very much.
Yeah, welcome. Yeah, I think I'm
Very much, my bond. Thank you very much once again. So sorry we won't be able to take any question anymore at this point. I would like Polyboy to come on deck and vibrate as usual. And Polyboy, very grateful once again. Very grateful, sir. Ezekiel, for the recommendation, you can tell your friends to write for you. It's not something hard. They can write for you. Yeah, Polyboy, please.
Can everyone hear me?
Yeah, very
yes, we can hear you. I'll make you a call straight away. Okay, I've done that. Yeah, nice. Yeah, so that's Polyboy. Finished from Ilaro Poly there in Ogun State. Is currently in Georgia. I forgot the name of your school. I'm sorry, but I know he's in Georgia at the moment. I'm sure he's enjoying spring. Currently, he's in the lab and he's still squeezing out time for us to get this. I mean, graduate students work on Sundays. I mean, all around the clock, and I really appreciate you. God, we all know you, sir. So we can do this.
All right, can everyone see my screen?
Yes,
yes.
Okay. All right, so, well, I'm not too good with all this. Lately, you are just another thing entirely. And Scholar Adebowale, please help my life. I've sent you a request on LinkedIn. Your presentation had me checking through my LinkedIn, and I was like, it seems.
Sorry, please, sir, your voice is low. I'm not hearing you well.
All right, let me see.
okay, Polyboy, we are together. I think we met in JCS Hangout. Nice seeing you again.
Yeah, nice connecting with you. Can everyone hear me better now? I'm trying to work on this.
Yes, sir, but it's low, but I'm hearing you, sir.
Okay, maybe it's on my end. Let me see if I can hear me. Any difference now?
Yes, sir. Yes.
All right. Sorry about that. It seems to be a little bit lower here. All right. So, first of all, I would like to appreciate everyone. I would like to appreciate the leaders of this group, Leke, Omode, Fab, Adebowale, and everyone. Thank you so much for this opportunity and for everyone that is on this call to listen to all we have to say. And for all the previous speakers, you guys, you've done so well. I learned a lot, and that's very good, and that's good enough. So today, well, it's just like the old saying, the package is for everyone, even for polytechnic graduates. So for a little drop about myself, I think Leke has done most of the job. I am Holy Boy Oluwaseun by name. I graduated from Laro. I think we used to call it Polytechnic. So let me just be, to be sane to myself. So I graduated from Federal Laro, and I'm currently a graduate student in Georgia Southern in the United States. So I think I'll be sharing a little bit of my story, and then we'll go on to what we have for today. So let's go on with the slide. So in the little bit of time that we have, we're going through all of these points just to give us all an idea of what is expected. So bioenergy objectives, the research interests, undergrad thesis, transcript evaluation, alternatives, the research culture, networking, and of course, what you need. So at the end of the day, we'd like us all to go home or go after this whole presentation with three things. The first one is the answer to the question, can I get into graduate school as a polytechnic graduate? This question seems to be a little bit straightforward, simple, and sometimes can be very daunting to, any answer. So the next one is, at the end of the day, I would like us all to go with a very good conclusion or answer to the question, what should I put in place before getting into graduate school? And then finally, at the end of the day, we should have an idea of what I should do differently for me to achieve my dreams. And of course, through graduate school. And for everyone that has tasted one or two about graduate school, you know graduate school is another life entirely. Trust me, it's another life entirely. So you need to prepare and you need to own your magic. All right. So I'll be starting first with bad energy. I love to put it first in everything because, if you don't set to give yourself, I'm not a motivational speaker, but sometimes motivation actually helps you to start a thing, even though it is not going to help you finish it up, but at least to start something up, you need to motivate yourself. So you need to first free yourself from bad energy, from, shall I say, unproductive or unproductive sensations. Just note, first of all, you are good enough, especially as a polytechnic graduate or any other persons. You might just think anything aside from first class, because there is this segregation that most people have. I'm not a first class graduate. I'm a 2-1, I'm a 2-2, I'm a third class, I'm a polytechnic. All of this degradation, like somebody have told you can't really get to what you need to be. So try to do with all of that. Free yourself with all of these gainsaying or mainsaying, because there is always a time for everyone. And the first instruction or first information is you are good enough. Either with your polytechnic degree, you are good enough. With your third class, you are good enough. You can get to anywhere you want to get to. That is the first thing. So I did a little bit of research. Antilophobia is the fear of imperfection. It's the fear of making mistake. It's the fear of low self-esteem. It's the fear of depression. It's the fear of I can't make it. It's the fear of I can't do it. Get rid of it. So that's the first message I would like to pass across to everyone, especially HND graduates or polytechnic graduates. Can't you do with that discrimination that you can't get to graduate school, you can't make it in life, or you have to go to PGD before you do your master's? I don't know what you have heard. At least take it off. Burn it up. So your HND or your polytechnic graduate, your polytechnic degree is your gateway to your PhD, it's your gateway to your master's and what have you. All right. So research interests. Normally, I know that for people that have their BScs and the likes, they've gone through some sort of rigorous research and in their previous, undergrad. So if I refer to undergrad, I'm referring to your BSc or your HND already. So, there is this tendency that people that did these bachelors, they've done some research, some of them had publication. As a matter of fact, it was until after graduation that I get to know about publication. I didn't really know anything about publication. So that was why when the last speaker was talking about publication, I was nodding my head. These are things that some people don't know naturally. And especially polytechnic graduates. This is not to demean you because it's the structure. The structure for polytechnic graduates is more of technical expertise and a little bit of research. And some cases, some people don't even have research expertise. But for grad school, oh God, you will research and you will be researched. So it's one of those things when Adebowale was talking about LinkedIn. You don't want to joke with that session. Like you don't want to joke with that at all. So let's just go on. So research interest is something you need to reawaken yourself. I know you have technical expertise. You did a lot of practicals, yeah. For research, you need to know what it's all about. So research interest on its own is a summary of what you want to do in grad school, because grad school is about you focusing on a particular niche. It's about you, despite the fact that you might have had a lot of exposure in your BSc or in your HND, in your undergrad. There's a lot of, there's this thing that they will say they will give you introduction to have an idea of everything. But in grad school, you have to focus on, at least focus your energy in one place or in a particular niche. So you are getting something directed because you are going to master in something. You are going to become a professor in something. If you wish, you are going to, go in depth. So research interest is something you need to understand because that is what you'll be treating most likely. So for somebody that did probably microbiology, or let me say SLT, yeah, you did science lab, technology, whatever, in your HND. By the time you get to your graduate school, master's or PhD, you have to go a little bit granular. You have to narrow it down to something probably organism, cell, or whatever, all this time. It's going to be something maybe you've done in one of your courses, but this time around you are narrowing down into it. So research interest is something I've come to discover that most people don't even understand it, because it's one of the things that should be on your CV. It is what this PI, they will check out to see, are you really going to qualify? Are you really going to work in the line of what I'm working on? So what are the ways that you can, have an idea of your research interest? Because most people graduate and they are like, what's my research interest? What's it about it? So first of all, for an HND graduate or for a polytechnic graduates, you should understand that you did about 2 projects. You did one in ND, you did one in HND. All of this, sometimes some people do something similar in ND and do the same thing, probably in an advanced in HND. That can be a research interest. This can be a section you want to consider in an advanced way in your master's, or say it in your PhD. So that can be the formulation of your research interest. Also, professors in your field, a lot of speakers on this call, they discuss about you checking out others, what they have done, what they are doing, how you can contribute to their lab and stuff and stuff and stuff. So when you check out, okay, let me check a professor in sociology, what are they talking about? A professor in data science, what are they really working on? A professor doing AI, ML, what are they working on? A professor in environmental, what are they working on? So that is where you'll be able to see, based on what they have published, you can say, okay, this person is into the area of water, waste management. This person is into natural disaster. This person is into cell biology. This person is into immunodeficiency. So those are granulars, those are little niches, those are areas of focus, those are research interests. So you might have a background in, say, environmental science, for example. So all of these areas you just, oh, well, in one of my classes, we talked about land degradation. So this person is talking about geology. Then it relates. That is a research interest. So those are one of the ways where you can start checking out research interests. Because by the time you now check through what these professors are doing, or you check their bios, you'll be able to see that some of them, most of them write their research interest there. This is my area of research, climate change, GIS, blah, 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 blah. Because the PIs that you want to go and meet, they have their research interests also. So you too should have a research interest that cut across what they are doing. And of course, branches of your core programs, like I mentioned the other time, some cases when you are in your ND, you do combined courses, and your HND, they will ask you to break up into group. I think I remember of people in electrical engineering, you can do electrical engineering ND in some schools, and by the time you get into HND, you break into communication, telecommunication, I don't know, all these advanced advanced. Those are areas of, that can also be an area for you to form your research interest. And of course, the past projects, things that you have worked in, probably a symposium, some projects in school, your term paper, or what do we call it then? So all of those can form areas, or probably an assignment. Probably for some people that are in architecture, that you sleep a lot in the lab. Probably one of these projects that you did can be an aspect you want to say, oh, in my further education, I'll focus on this. I deliberately had to take my time to, give an explanation about this research interest, because I know it's something most people or some people do not really understand. So I believe this little talking, whatever, will have been able to narrow some things down and give you prompts to further questions. So the next thing, let's talk about undergrad thesis. I'm taking it in thesis because, back in school in our HND days and ND days, we call it projects. So you need to understand that in the American side, especially it is called thesis. So we need to understand that. So how does your thesis come into place? How does it work into all of these things? So for example, like I said the other time, as soon as you did your polytechnic, I don't know if we have some non-Nigerians on the call, so then refer to it as polytechnic. But for people in Nigeria and some other country that are like related, you did two projects, ND project and HND project, and God help you, you did a thorough one. That is, shall I say, that is to say you already have two projects, and in this case, you have two theses. So, and if God help you and you did a very good job, that is two unpublished thesis or publication. So for people that are like, I don't have any publication, I don't have any, if you did your work well, and it's not as if you give somebody to do the work well, I know that's and that entirely, and you can, still revisit some of the things you did. You already have two projects in your portfolio. Those are, and like Adibowale mentioned the other time, those are like projects you can list on your LinkedIn or inside your CV or anything that you have worked on. Two, just in one program. I think that's one of the advantages you have as a polytechnic graduate. So that can be a starting point to boost your profile when you're applying to, grad school. And another thing is that these projects that you did, probably you are referring to your ND or your HND or both, they are your number one research experience. Because some people will be like, these people on your CV format, you have to put your research experience. Remember, your professor was on your neck, and you had to do your ND projects, and you have to do your HND projects. They are your research experience. So in your CV, you have to highlight that you have research experience, because those projects, no means you did it. So that's another thing you need to understand about your undergrad thesis. And for those that are still in school, please, gone are those days that are saying education is a scam or polytechnic education is a scam. They play. You need to understand that saying education is a scam itself. So please, you need to work on that. So if you, like I said, if you are worthy enough and you're able to do a very thorough job in your ND and you do another thorough job in your HND, you already have two projects already that you can fit in for your profile. Imagine when you are competing with others, you already have 2 projects in under your portfolio, and you now want to increase your chances. You have the opportunity to do publication. You are on point. So also your CWES and your IT, they are plus. They are good resources. I know you might not know, but some of you that know, yes. You remember you did your CWES for about 3 months, and you remember you did your IT for about 1 year. I don't think BSc graduates do that much. These are assets to you to work on it, especially if you did something productive. And if not, well, work around it. Because during CWES, some people had the opportunity to work in labs, some people had the opportunity to work in areas that are close to their work or what they are studying in school. These are assets that you might want to refer back to. So don't forget about it. And of course, NYSC. And especially for some of you, because I don't think I didn't work in, I was not posted to school. So for some of us or some of you that were posted to teaching during your NYSC, and you're like, they just posted in the studio of your school. Remember, it is a teaching experience. So your NYSC is not a waste. Please, I beg, rest. It is not a waste. For those that are posted to a school, you already have a teaching experience, because so these are some of the things that you can put in your profile. And for those that worked in an establishment, it is a professional experience for you. Remember, school in North America, they don't know what is NYSC per se. So all they know is that you have graduated and you already have an experience, a working experience. So your CV, remember, that is your #1 work experience. And for those that teach, that is your #1 teaching experience. All in all, it is your work experience. So I need to clarify that out. So what is the next step? You need to understand that you need to be competitive. You need, it is a must. You need to be competitive. And that is the reason why all this information is coming across to you, so that you will know that it's all about you competing with a whole lot of others that are on the queue. So next thing is to talk about transcript evaluation. Transcript evaluation is very, very important, especially as a graduate applicant and as a polytechnic graduate, because in the United States, technically your ND, which is your national diploma, is the same as an associate degree, the first 3 years. And then when you add it up to making 4 years, that is an equivalent of a US bachelor's degree. But however, not all schools in the United States understand what a national diploma or a higher national diploma is. So you have 2 options. You can apply directly by combining your ND and your HND transcript together. And if the school accepts, you are good to go. And if not, just go slide away to transcript evaluation. So what does transcript evaluation do? What it does is just to, equate your HND and your ND together to become a singular holding bachelor's degree. The US system agrees to a 4-year education to become a bachelor's. So that is what typically in nutshell what transcript evaluation does. Transcript evaluation is not a school. It is an establishment that does evaluation. I don't know if that's English is English in itself. So credential evaluation is very, very important as a polytechnic graduate. Like I said, you have the 2 options. You can either do it or you can either not do it. It is left to you, and it is left to your chances and how you want to weigh it out. But personal recommendation, I think I will ask you to do it just for some personal reason, but it is not a must. So NACES, I need to introduce us to that body. NACES is, or is it NACES or NACES? Please don't mind me. NACES or whatever. National Association of Credential Evaluation Service. It is a private company that they do this evaluation in the United States, especially when we're considering the United States. Okay, they do it all over, and they have members all over. So out of these members is the popular one that we call WES, because when we talk about evaluation, most people think WES. WES is not the only evaluation body. Please Say it again until you understand. WES is not the only evaluation body. Say it again until you understand. WES is not the only evaluation body, but it is a member of NACES. So like I said, evaluation is recommended, but it is not compulsory. It's just my own advice. So like I said the other time, not all schools accept evaluation. There's some schools that they do their own internal evaluation. So even if you do evaluation, they will still do their own evaluation. And some schools, they will just ask you to send in your transcript directly without, so that's the combination of both your ND and your HND, and then they will evaluate to see how you fit into their program. But let me just say, I'm not statistically correct. I've not checked that out, but I think 75% or 80% of schools, they actually require you to do an evaluation because they don't want to go through that stress of trying to see, this is your ND credits, how does it fit in? No, just come to the evaluation and bring it to us and let us know if we qualify for our admission or our funding or not. So you need to understand how all of this works in. So, and a little bit on NACES, they have their websites, naces.org or .com. You can just check it out on Google. So they have their bodies. That's why I had to like highlight that. They have over, I think, more than 10 bodies. I mean, members to say. If you check their website, you see it is all listed there. I think I attached the links here on this, but I can drop it if you want. So all of these members, they all do almost the same thing. Why am I spending time to tell us all this? Is because some schools will just say, give us an evaluation from a NACES body, okay? And some schools will say, give us a WES evaluation. So some of them are precise. They will say WES evaluation. And some of them they will say, give us an evaluation from a NACES accredited agency. So once you hear NACES, just know that you have opportunities, okay? You have a variety of opportunities to choose from because there is a lot of them, transcript, Spytran, whatever. If you check their website, there are just a lot. So all we hear most of the time is, WES evaluation, which is World Education Services. So they have been a good quality member or qualitative member for a long time, but they are not the only member. But some schools ask for WES. So they ask for WES like originally, and also the amount they charge. Yeah, I need to say that the amount they charge is different. So if your school asks for NACES, you might want to like explore others from WES. And if they ask for WES, then just go and marry WES. And lately, WES has been messing up a lot of people's application. I need to say that as a disclaimer. So please, you need to make your research. That is why we have to like put all of these down to table so that you can have a variety of options to choose from. So WES has been messing up and delaying a lot of people. A lot of people are still fighting on WES. A lot of people have been on WES evaluation and their school and every other thing for the past 3 months. I have people that have been on this for more than, up to 6 months now, and they are still on WES. So that is why these opportunities, you need to check out and see what exactly is your school's recommendation. But all in all, answer the evaluation, try to check it out. All right, so let's go on to alternatives. Alternatives. Like there is this normal saying that don't put all your eggs in one bowl. Yeah. You must understand that there are over 4,000 schools in the United States on its own. So you shouldn't just stick to just one. In fact, have alternative all around the world, not just United States alone. At least Leke is one good example to that. Explore other countries. You can never say. But at the end of the day, even if you have plenty offers like Adebo, you only choose one. It is just one you go to. All the other offers, somebody else will take it up. So you just need to understand that. So in your planning, in your application and stuff, you need to plan towards alternatives also. Don't just be rigid. Don't just be stick to one. Oh, I studied sociology and it's only sociology I want to go and study. It can be very dangerous. Okay, so you can explore other aspects. Can explore other aspects in social sciences. You can explore history. You can, history. That reminds me. I've seen somebody that got like full-funded opportunity studying history. And I was like, history? What are they studying in history? That is it. So don't be rigid. Don't just say because this is because I study. This is, there are other places that you can divert a little bit and you still achieve what you want to achieve. Because some schools, they do not have your undergrad course directly in their graduate program. So that is where you need to know that yes, probably you studied environmental science. You may want to check out geology because at the end of the day, they are something related. Probably you studied geography in your undergrad. You might want to consider going into probably cartography, or they are related. They are still the same thing. There are some schools that your direct courses that you study in your undergrad, they won't have it. So it is only when you now search into the course curriculum, you now say, it's still related, it's still the same thing, but you didn't apply to it. So to avoid story that touch, you must be ready to diversify productively and effectively. Always have backup programs that are related to your program. So when you're applying, you don't say, oh, my only focus is going to be business administration. No. You may also want to check out data analytics. You may also want to check out demographics. You might also want to check out NDAs. So these are things that are related, but not directly like, oh, yeah. So in short, all of the old talks is that, or talking is that you should, diversify so that you just don't narrow your chances into one. Explore, expand, and be ready to go across board. So that's how you increase your chances because, love letters is real. All right, so research culture. Research culture is very, very important, like I highlighted in the introductory part of the whole discussion today on the call, that research seems to be something that is not really, really inculcated into the polytechnic education system. You need to start working on it. And how will you work on all these things? Getting out information. LinkedIn, Twitter, ChatGPT, Grammarly, all of these things, Torrenting, these are things you should start checking out, how they work, how you can utilize them to the best of your ability. You need to know that graduate school here is about getting your hands very dirty. You must be ready to go and find out things. They don't expect you to know everything, but you must have an idea of where to get almost everything. So that is just what differentiates you. So when you're coming to grad school, you should understand what you're coming to do. It's not just like bread and beans. And to all of this philosophy of, if I can survive Nigeria, if I can survive Africa, I can survive graduate school is another thing. So there is info everywhere around us, but you need to understand. Getting it out and making it productive is another work. Nobody will teach you. You need to know it. You need to know how to use all of these, all of these available databases. They are there. There is some people are even suffering from information overload. So you need to just know how to pick out what you want and what you really, really want to use. So, like I said the other time, you can say as a polytechnic graduate, you have a technical background and this and all of these excuses. You need to understand grad school is about research A to Z, no caps. You need to research A to Z. You present poster like that. You will go to symposium. You will find out things. They will land you all these things. You must understand. You must pass. And if God help you, you have GA. You have a GA to maintain your CGPA. You have a divine CGPA that you must maintain to maintain your GA. So these are things that it is a must for you. Nobody will teach you. So you need to know how to use Google Scholar, getting out information. Like I said, nobody asks you to know everything, but you must know how to get things when you need it. That's all on that. All right, so you may get guidance, but no one will do it for you. DIY is very important. You need to understand how to do it yourself. So I'm spending so much time on this. So let's go on. Networking. See, they used to say this thing. No tree can make a forest. Or what did they say? Yeah. In grad school, right from application period to even when you are there and even while you're there, networking is very, very important. You need to know how to connect with people. So that was why when the previous speakers were talking about you connecting people around the world, yes, you can't do it yourself. You like pray fast, do everything. You can't do it yourself. In fact, as a matter of fact, I think there is this normal saying that says, seeing makes dreams work. You need to have this ability to connect with others. LinkedIn, Twitter, WhatsApp, whatever, you need to understand that good make it work. So there is no alternative to work. It's what makes the dream work. So you have been aspiring, aspiring, I'm acquiring, aspire to Maguire and everything you want to study in the UK, study abroad, you want to do this. You need to have resources in your hand. You can't do it alone. So that's one of the reasons why I appreciate what JCS is doing. Because when I was starting out, there was not enough information about polytechnic graduates getting admission and of course funding. I had to like pay for a master class somewhere to even get started, and the rest is now history. Okay, so that is why when JCS is doing all of this and they're even motivating you guys to do so, these are things that some people pay for. So, and of course, love letter is real. Green light still is real. Some people may not know what love letter is. Love letter is rejection. The rejection is something you should get used to. And sometimes you need groups of people to cry together and say, have you gotten this? They give me love letter. Let me cry together. You encourage each other. And then, when you get your green light too, that is, you got the admission. You've gotten this funding. You can have people to share with, because grad school application and even grad school scale can be mentally draining. So you need to find a way to try to lean on somebody, I lean on you, do me, I do you, kind of everything in a positive way. Very, very important. Very, very important. So this is a general principle, not just for polytechnic graduates alone. Good resources is the best you can have in your hand every time it's going. I need to go on. So from searching for schools, visa, interview, mocks, traveling, schooling, graduation, no one can make it alone. So the earlier the better. And also people and guys that we have here on the JCS platform, Omole, Fab, everyone, it's been a very wonderful experience so far since being intertwined with this community. So you need it also. Networking, how to get information, how to get, connecting with people. You can't do without it. That is just it. If your peer is so that you are trying to go and meet today, they are going to conferences to connect with each other. What about you? What about you? All right, so let's go on. So what do you need? Well, everyone have said about it, so I'll just run through the list: international passport, your transcripts, your SOP or your personal statement, as some people call it, your academic CV must be sounding, recommendation letters. I know it can be daunting, but you need it. English test, some people might do, write all those English tests, the IELTS, TOEFL, and Duolingo, but I think for most times in the United States, and especially from people coming from Africa and Nigeria to be precise, I don't think you should be spending your time writing an English test unless it's a very big requirement, because I believe we speak English as a first language. So in some cases, some people might be required to write GRE or GMAT, probably based on your program, especially in engineering, or based on your CGPA. Maybe you want to make up for your CGPA, or based on you just want to do it to be competitive. Some people might be required to write them. Writing samples, this is where all of these things that you did in school matters, your proposal, and sometimes you have to present your thesis or your undergrad thesis that you did for writing samples, so to show that, yes, you have done some sort of research. Some people want to ask you to say, okay, yes, have you done research before? Show us, give us evidence, show us, or else, and if you don't have it, then you have to explain and explain and explain and explain. So these are some of the requirements, and of course, you need money. Yes, I have to be frank about that. You need money. So it should be in dollars, because especially when it comes to the United States, we need to, sometimes you have to pay some web app fee, and make some payments, service. These are you might need to get all of this thing done in dollars. So even full funded scholarship with deficits flowing down, running together and running over, you will still spend money, because all of this funding do not cover your flight fee, your visa fee, your service fee. So you still need money. So don't make it artificial. Oh, maybe it's full funded. Nothing to worry about. No, you have to worry about that. So even if it is your small earnings, start saving up for those that are just starting up, for those that are, also try to network people. If you have to get some loan or something, so shall know that you have to spend some money. So it's relative. You will spend money anyway. So either little or small or big, it's relative. And while on that, remember, competition is increasing. There is a lot of competition. Like I said, be competitive. Even having all of this does not guarantee you anything. Everything you do, you must always remember you need to be competitive. Get that skill, that analysis, that Python, that this thing. Go and learn it. Coursera, maximize it. Be competitive because there's competition. You see people that are having 2 master's degree and are still applying for the same master that you are applying for. So what do you have that will make the school consider you, not them? That you are having just your HND and somebody that is having 2 master's degree and is still applying for another master's. So you have to be competitive. You have to do stuff. Maximize your LinkedIn, maximize your skill, optimize yourself, learn, add things to your CV. This is not just for polytechnic graduates, this is for everyone. Because at the point in time, schools will have people with the same qualification, same GPA range, same SOPs, solid and this. They will need just one thing to disqualify. This can be that Coursera course. It can be that Udemy course that will make the difference at the end of the day. So there is competition. You must understand your doggedness, your networking and everything. You must be ready to sell yourself the best. All right, so, and of course, on what do you need? You need JCS. I don't want to spend so much time on this because I believe many people know that. So you need JCS, and I want to really appreciate the people here for the great job you've been doing voluntarily, and it's amazing. So the community is a full package on its own. It's a whole package on its own. So if you are not utilizing it, you're on your own. So you need JCS, the networking, the resources, the webinars and everything. In fact, everything you need is just here. Just go for it and get started and start working towards your own goal. You need it. And the group and everything, the WhatsApp group, the websites, it's been awesome and phenomenal. So while I'm trying to round up, I would like to put this out so everyone to read it and read it to understand and digest. Records are broken to be broken. This is one of the things that was came out one of these days. Records are broken to be broken. Somebody breaks this record, you give it 10 years or 5 years again, somebody else will break the record and set another record. Give it some 10 years or 5 years or some few years again. Somebody will break it and break it, break it and break it, and continue breaking. So what is all this saying in essence? The fact that somebody has earned some scholarship, Odogo of Pennsylvania or Penn University, and this, they have broken one record. You two, you are coming. Come and break your own record. This guy is HND, is now he's doing masters and fully funded. Come and break your own. It is the person that is still coming that you don't know what they can do. The person that have done their own, you have seen what they can do, right? So you that you are coming at the back, nobody see your own is still fire. So that is one of the reasons why JCS is trying to let us bring people to you. Let them tell you their story, this and this and this, and this and this and this and this and that. Come and do your own. There are over 4,000 schools in the United States. So what are you saying? There's one school that will get. So another man's results is another man's raw material. We have done our own. We've gotten the results. We are living our dream educationally wise. You are still coming. We have done the results. Make all of our research, all of our experiences, all of our discussion, be your own raw material and put in effort and getting your own. So with this, I'll be rounding it off here. Thank you so much for having me. It's been an honor. Thank you so much. And all I can just say is just thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your time and thank you for staying back.
Yeah, thank you very much, Poly Boy. I really appreciate you. Thanks so much for the brilliant presentation. So, personally, I have a question, right? As a polytechnic graduate, if I want to apply, there's a part where they ask for me to upload my transcript. Is it bachelor's degree I'm going to pick, or associate's degree, or I don't know. I don't know. You mentioned West, right? Fine, I need to do West or access or any of my knowledge, but if I'm trying to fill in the transcript section aspect, what should we do in that aspect? Then I'll take 2 questions. Ademola Oduola and Precious. So real quick.
Sir, please, I asked a question then that you pushed it to the last session for me.
What was the
Ezekiel.
question, please?
The one that was asking that, when after doing West evaluation and I want to put it in the CV, when I've combined both the ND and the HND. So how will I put it to reflect on the CV?
Okay, thank you. So, sir, I hope you got that. Polyboy, okay.
All right,
So
so
just answer that first.
all right, so for the once you've done your West evaluation, remember even on your West reports, they will tell you the BSc equivalency. So right back on your CV, you can just put in BSc equivalent, or you can just put West evaluation, but make sure you put it that it is a bachelor's degree already. Don't once you have done West, don't add in the HND or ND, whatever. Just put in bachelor's degree. You can just put into brackets West evaluation.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Okay, how about for me that I don't have West?
Yeah,
or
so
can't I apply without West?
Yeah, you can. In fact, I've gotten history of people that I've mentored that have gotten that without West. So it will just take a little bit more time. Okay. So for that, most of the cases, what we'll do is that they will combine their ND and HND transcripts, most times unofficial transcripts, will combine as one single document, PDF. So that is what they will use to apply and start applying. So when they are now sending cold mail, they will now take time to explain to anyone that wants to read the mail that, hey, this ND is an equivalent of an associate degree, and the HND is the completion of a bachelor's degree. So since you're not doing West, that's when you have to shalaye, you have to just explain to them that this is what it is, combine it as a single document and place it there. And when you are applying, most of the time it's also supposed to just put it as a singular one, that it is a wholesome degree. Yes, that's it. Have I been able to answer that?
All right. Yes, you did. Thank you very much. Okay, Ademola, please, can you ask your question? Odola, real quick.
Yeah, thank you very much for the session. My question is, perhaps my research interest does not align with my research experience. Does it have any negative impact? Do you understand?
Your research interest does not align with your research experience. Wow, that's
experience.
It's a good,
yeah, like
so,
my final year project, like the project I did in school, is entirely different from my research interest.
that is not, it's not an issue. That is where all of this the competitive comes in. Okay. One of the things you can do is also start finding links from probably one of the courses you did in the undergrad that connects with that, or probably something you did in CWS if you're an HND graduate or whatever. So, or something you have done in the past. And if all of that does not still fit in, that is when you have to start taking all of these courses online courses that are related into that, because you need to be able to prove to anyone that you want to work with in your lab, that you have experience doing that. So fine, it's good if you don't have it as an experience. That is where you have to start creating the experience, because these are the things that will make you worthy of you welcoming them to their lab. So first, find a connection between your undergrad degree. Probably that research interest is one of the small branch in your old program, or maybe you learned it as a topic, or maybe you learned it in an assignment. Connect it to that, and then take some courses to augment it, and then yes, present it as your research experience.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Okay. I think that's all. Who's having a question again? Odwayo. Oh no, Precious. Please speak first, then Odwayo next.
All right. Thank you. Please, I just want to confirm this. I studied computer science in school, but could I switch for masters, maybe to music or any other course? Will it affect in terms of
You cannot switch. You can switch over.
All right, let me just give you one thing on that, Precious. It's a two answer kind of a thing, actually. It's a yes and it's also a no. The no is strong. The yes, I don't know if it's strong or not. So the yes is that you can. If you tailor your CV and SOP and like, you can. But the issue is that how will you get your visa? How will you convince the visa officer? So you can get the admission, but getting the visa to go and study it is where the dilemma is. So the thing you can do in that case is that you can go back to your line of what you did in your undergrad. Work towards that, a research interest, follow a research interest around that. Get admission, get into the United States if that is where you are going. And when you get there, you can now go and book for a minor in that course, maybe say music. You can be studying, you said you did computer science, you can go and do something like AI and now do a minor in music. There is nothing you cannot do in grad school. Okay? So
all right, thank you very much. Yeah, he killed it there. Yeah, the reason why I said you cannot was my thoughts is maybe you want to apply for MSc in music. With what you said, it's very possible. What Polyboy said, yeah, you do a minor in this. And the reason why I said it's not possible is because your transcript is the real determinant of your admission process. Do you get? It's the real determinant. Because when I look at your transcript, there are some courses that you ought to have taken for it to show that yes, you can do music in grad school. It shows that you can be a good teaching assistant, so you can be a good RA. But I'm not saying that. That's why I said no. So I'm sorry, I said that a blatant no. So nothing is impossible.
Correct.
Yeah,
of course.
Or do your Omidoyin, please, real quick, please talk about where we still have running out of time.
Yes.
Speaker in New York City.
Can I go on, sir?
Please go on, Brian.
Yes, thank you, presenter. Thank you, everyone. Good evening. My question is, you talk about networking, how we can use LinkedIn, Twitter to network.
I'm so fast now.
I want to ask that. How can I make use LinkedIn? Is it that there's a particular group or maybe connection? I mean, people that are on LinkedIn that are into sending information that I can link out to, and also on Twitter. How can I make use of LinkedIn and Twitter to network as regard graduate application?
I believe that question has been answered by Adeboale's session. But a quick one. I think it seems you don't really understand what this social media network is. Okay. So the thing is just that it's a social LinkedIn, like Twitter and likes. There are some people that is what they do. They post in, maybe they needed somebody in their department. They have this funding. They post it there. Like he mentioned in his previous session, some of these people don't have time to be doing all this adverts. They will just send it on their timeline and say, okay, I need 2 students that can come and join me for this clinical master's students, have this and that, send me a mail and let me see if they are worth it. And there are some dedicated people that they are in that faculty. So it's not just because of funding, even probably when you've gotten an admission and you are going to a school, you don't know anybody, right? You don't have anybody there, right? You can go and check out who are those people that are in this school. Are there Ghanaians in this school? Are there Nigerians in this school? Okay, let me connect with this person. Maybe they can give me a gist of how this school looks like. You can connect with them. Hey, my name is so I got admission in the group. Can you help me? I want to get an accommodation in a company. Can you give me an idea about how accommodation looks like there? That is one use. So that's the variety of time can use the social media itself to network. I've used it personally. A lot of people have used it personally and stuff. So that is how it all goes. So you need to first go and understand how it works. You have not already create a group profile. There are sessions. I think we've taken some other sessions about that. So I think you should just watch a video of this session of this session that we have done previously in this camp, so you can have an idea. But in a nutshell, that is what you do with all of the social media. People post, they post adverts, they post opportunities, they post funding, they post scholarship, the postdoc. There's some people working in the lab that you need to go. You can ask questions, you can respond. So that's all I have to say.
All right, thank you very much, my boss. We're almost out of time. Fitness D Olali, please, very fast, please.
Don't procrastinate. Start writing your SOP now.
Hello, guys. Good evening.
Be fast.
Can you hear me? Okay, thank
Yes,
you.
okay.
I wanted to ask.
You are
First, I missed the program for yesterday. Is there like a recording I could go through? And then secondly, my first degree is in geology. I had a 2-1 and I have worked. I have a little bit of industry experience. My CV is ready to, but I'm finding it difficult to connect with professors on LinkedIn. I don't know if I'm doing it wrongly. I'm just finding it difficult to connect with them. And then again, if somehow there's, maybe I missed it from yesterday, if there are opportunities for people in the geosciences, because my research interest is also in environmental geoscience. So if those areas were touched from yesterday, I would like to get a recording.
Okay, so thank you for that. The bootcamp is being recorded, right? You get that on our website, www.jcscholar.org. So you don't need to worry yourself about that. The meeting I've recorded since yesterday to this very moment. Then for your second question, you have industrial experience, you have it. So you see, I say something about coding meeting. Coding meeting is humane, like it's a human job. Getting a response is divine. And getting funding is supernatural. I don't know if you get that.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, sending code email is humane, getting the response is divine, while getting the funding is supernatural. So we mentioned it yesterday. The processors get tons of emails, like their normal lifestyle. Emails is like WhatsApp chat to them there. So you just pray and hope for the best that you get that 1 yes person that will respond to you. And you hear people say they send thousands of emails, they send hundreds of emails. So you don't have to give up. You can revamp your CV, repackage your CV, work, maybe add 1 or 2 publications. Just do things that will make your profile much more better. I don't know if I've answered your question.
Oh, my CV is packed. I have 3 publications. Two are in view. One of them by the middle of next month will be published, and then the next one is for June.
You don't need to worry yourself. Oftentimes, either you're mailing people that don't have funding or you're mailing people in the wrong schools. But you said you use geosciences. I'd like you to check out schools like University of Georgia, Kansas State University, University of Colorado Boulder. Check out their departments. I believe here they take more of geoscience students there. Then it depends on what you're shooting for. Probably the person wants a PhD students and you're shooting for an MSc. But whatever it is, you don't need to give up. It's quite normal. Whatever you're facing is normal. It's a seasonal thing now.
Sorry, can you run me through the schools you said again? Georgia?
University of Georgia, Kansas State University, University of Colorado Boulder. You can check a lot more. Use that US News Education thing. Out of time, please. Dako, Esther, please be fast, please. Speak.
Thank you.
Okay. Dako, Esther, are you there? All right, so that's that. I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry. My phone was hanging. I'm really sorry.
Okay.
So my question is that I'm a master's graduate and I'm looking at doing masters in AI or data science. But sometimes when I search this school, their admission requirements is asking for like an undergrad in computer science. And so currently I'm doing some online courses on Coursera. I'm doing one IBM course on AI, and after that I'm planning on doing a course on data science. So apart from this, is there any other thing I can do to boost my CV to make this possible? Thank you very much.
What's your background? What's your background in?
I did pure and applied mathematics.
Pure and applied mathematics. Okay, so the real truth is this: getting funding in the most difficult places to get funding is in computer science. Now you are now streamlining it. You're talking of data science, AI. It is very much more difficult. So you need to do a lot of things that they are very, very top notch. You need to improve on your GitHub thing. You send a lot of code emails because unless you, it's a very competitive field and you might want to take the GRE. So those are things I feel you can do to make your profile quite better. But I repeat again, it is competitive getting into computer science in any school in the US. The funding is great, and there are some schools. I think there's a school. I've forgotten one of my. I joined a session like this in 2021. It was mentioning for like 2 years back to back, they were able to graduate a PhD students in computer science department for it to tell you how uneasy it is. So you don't need to limit yourself. You can do very much better. I'm not sure if I answered your question, did I?
Yes, you did. Thank you very much, sir.
All right. All right. I wish you the very best in your pursuit. So, Lexinuni, you mentioned that you want to join the community. If I'm not mistaken, I think I got your email sometimes ago that you want to join. You are not. They are rejecting your application. It's because your CV is not up to standard. It's not. We are doing you. We are doing you the very good. The very good in the sense that if you send such a CV to a professor, you will never get a response. I'm sorry to use that word, except if grade speaks for you. So once you do something very much better for yourself, check through our. We're not trying to say you should tell lies, but if you look at the presentation I made yesterday on CV, I had about 13 sections. So I promise you, if you can do that 13 section, there are things that you feel it is small. No, it is not small. To the white guys, it's always a very big deal. Put them there. Just structure it. Trust me, and you get into our community. The community is not even a guarantee that you get funding. Once you know what to do and you've been in these boot camps, yes, I appreciate your presence. Trust me, you definitely get your funding easily by the special grace of your creator. So at this point, I'd like to move to the next section, which is talking about West evaluation. And this West evaluation, I'm sure it's cut across everybody. If you have a first class, you have a second class, anything you have, you can do a West evaluation if you have the money to give you flexibility to apply to more schools, especially schools in Florida, right? I'd like to call on board Israel Onifade. Is a doctoral student at the University of Alabama in the New York City. Egbon, please, are you there? I'm so sorry for delaying you this. I'm so sorry. Please forgive my bad. I'm sure you're enjoying spring right now. I mean, are you at the Times Square?
Yeah.
all right.
No.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, good evening, and good morning, from anywhere you are across the world. So, yeah, and thank you so much for the introduction. I actually thought I'll be giving my home part of the speech, like around 1:40. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. So part of what I will be talking on, which is the West evaluation aspect, has actually been touched by the last speaker. I think the polyball. So he did a very good job. And then it might sound as like a repetition, but you just have to take it. Repetition is not bad. It's also a good thing. So and then it's also uh, keep you more informed and then make you understand what is being said. So about West evaluation. West basically stands for World Education Service, and then these are particular body that are in charge of evaluating your bachelor's degree transcript. So, and then what West does is that they collect your transcript from your school, and then they evaluate this transcript based on course, like course by course evaluation. And then after they do that, they will then send it back to your school in order to confirm, oh, is this degree authenticated? Is it certified? Is it is it authenticated by the school? So then your school will respond back, and then they will send it back to West. And then once they send it back to West, then West will do what we call an evaluation of your transcript, and then they will send you the report. So it is this report you are going to be using to apply to various schools in the United States. So what are the advantage of doing West? So one of the advantage of taking West is just that it gives you more benefit of applying to different schools in the United States. For example, if you locate a particular school and then they say, oh, it's only West, you know that you have better chances of getting admission in that school compared to a school that doesn't give opportunity to submit to West. And also, for example, if you are having a 2-1, 2-2, yeah, so even third class, but I think third class should be able to, third class will need to boost more, like increase their profile more. So, but if you have 2-1 or 2-2, so it is advisable to take West, do West. Even first class students are also, evaluating their transcript with West. So, but mostly if you have 2-2, 2-1, so it is advisable you pass through West in order to increase your chances of applying to different schools, many schools as you like. So also this West of a thing, people used to say, oh, I have a 3.4, I have a 3.5, I have a 3.2, and all like that. But when they do West, West basically analyze and then standardize their GPA to something like 3.1, 3.2, whereabout. So it helps them. It helps people with 3.4, 3.45. I've seen a lot of people that helps, even it helped me as well. So it really, really helps. So when you do that, because what the US universities or the admission committee are looking for is once you have a 3.0 over 4.0, and then in the United States, the GPA scale they use here is 4.0 all to the United States universities is 4.0. And then whereas in Nigeria, we use 5.0, right? So what WES we do is just to evaluate all your grades, all the courses you took right from 100 level down to 400 level or 500 level for some of you that went to technology universities or colleges in Nigeria. So what WES do is to evaluate all the grades, all the courses, and then they standardize it based on US scale, based on US system, which is 4.0. So once you are able to cross 3.0 over 4 out of 4.0, you are potentially, you are potential candidate for admission. Okay, you're already a potential candidate for admission. But however, if take for example, if you don't do the West, maybe you have like 2.2 or 2.2 especially, you have like 2 to 3.49, 3.45, 3.42. And then once the admission committee, take your profile and then they see some of the, probably courses you took and you had like C's, you had like, a lot of C's and stuff like that. It might affect your chances of getting admission into that school. Although I've seen people that did that submitted application without running the evaluation. But to be on the safer side, it is very, very advisable for you to take the West evaluation if you are having a 2.2 or a 2.1. So what it does is just to increase basically your GPA after they've standardized it, and then you find yourself around 3.2, 3.3, 3.1, 3 points above out of 4.0 based on the US scale. And then it helps the admission committee to see that you are a potential candidate for admission. And then also other parts of your application will be evaluated as well. Because generally, it's not the West evaluation alone. Okay, so it is the overall admission committee looks into entire all your profile, all your your research experience, as the last speaker said, your publications, your teaching experience, your work experience. Maybe you've worked in an industry before, what you did when you were in industry, and also your GPA. So those are the stuff they look into together, and then they base their decision on that. So West evaluation is very important. If you are on 2.1, 2.2, and even if you're on first class, it also helps you to apply to many schools as possible as you want. You can apply to 25 schools. You'll be able to apply to 30 schools as you want. So what West does to give you that advantage, that liberty of applying to many schools as you want. Also, so we have different bodies that evaluate transcript as well. For example, we have the ECE, and then the difference is just that for ECE basically have a low scale, like their own evaluation is on a low scale compared to that of West, but their payment is very, very low compared to West. West has like I think 200, and if you want to do West, standard West, you are going to spend around $240. Why for ECE, if you're going for ECE, both of them are still under the same body, right? The NASIS evaluated society, they are still under the same services. They are still under the same body. So ECE is around $80 also, or $120 compared to that of West. So if you are targeting, if a school takes ECE and then they said West as well, you can go for ECE because of the money if you don't have $240. But if you have the $240, I will advise just go straight for West. Okay, so just go straight for West. So both ECE and West, they are all evaluated body, and then they evaluate your transcript. And then I think ECE also has these time. They have this advantage in timing their own evaluation, because I think within 1 or 2 weeks, their own evaluation is out. But for West, you need to go through school, send it back to them, they send it back to school, and then you just still have to wait for like maybe a month or so, maybe 4 weeks, I think. So before the whole evaluation is being settled from their side. So if you want to do West, I would advise you start right now. At least give yourself like 2 months. Like, oh, within these 2 months, once you gather your money, I need to process this. And then what are the implications? The implications is just that if you don't reach out to your school on time, you might be delayed. And then you want to avoid a situation whereby you are delayed, or maybe you want to submit an application and then you want to use your West, but your school are not send your transcript or your transcript and your certificate to West, so they are delaying you. So you want to start now. So what you're going to do is just to reach out to your school, tell them first and foremost, you have to go to West website, which is west.org. West.org. Then once you get to west.org, you create a profile for yourself. Once you create a profile, the profile means, oh, you want to do course. You are going to select these two. We have two, yes, west.org. So we have to course by course evaluation and general evaluation. And if you are targeting USA, if your target, because they have to, they evaluate for people that are seeking admission to Canadian universities, and people that are seeking admission to basically United States universities. So you are going to pick US, not the Canada. So you're going to pick US, and once you pick US, they will generate what we call a reference code. So once West give you that reference code, it's in form of I think 9 digits number also. So once West give you your reference code, it is that reference code you are going to take to your school. Just go straight to exams and record, because I remember when I did mine, I created the profile. I already analyzed my my transcript using West calculator. So using West calculator. So there is on West website, there is a calculator, like just an unofficial, you can use to first evaluate your transcript yourself, to know how, to know the GPA, or the, what's it called, the GPA when you do the official one, to know what you are going to find yourself. Take, for example, when I did my, I see that, I entered all the grades in my transcript, everything into that calculator, and when it came out, I think I got it was around 3.3 also. And then, if I can get 3.3 with West unofficial calculator, I think it was around 3.2 or 3.3. So if I can get this using West unofficial high GPA calculator, then if I do the official West like that, is if I submit my West, if I submit my transcript to West to run the official evaluation for me, definitely I'm going to find myself way above 3.2 or 3.1. I'm going to find myself way above this cadence. So then I'm okay. So that one gives me it gives me just like a prototype or an overview of what I'm going to get if I do the official evaluation. So what I did, I registered after I used the calculator for my own official calculation based on myself. Then I registered on the website. They gave me the reference code. Then I took the reference code down to footer, down to exams and records. For some of you that probably graduated in footer. So what you need to do, just go straight to exams and record in footer. Then when I get to exams and record, I told them, I wanted you to send my transcripts to West. And then they said, okay, do you have your reference code? Then I said yes. Then I give them my reference code. And this is not for footer alone. If you are also in any other school, so what you need to just go to your exams and record, the school you're graduating from, and then tell them you want them to send your transcript down to West. So then I gave them my reference code, and then they told me I need to pay so amount, I think 7,500 like that. So online, for them to send the transcript. So then I gave them the reference code. I paid the certain amount on online on Futa website, and then they sent my transcript down to West, to West for them to verify it. And then the moment West received it, the thing is just that West won't tell you that they've received it. Okay, so West will receive it, and then West will send it back to them. Now, the assignment now is that you will need to get in touch with your school, your exams and record, that have they sent your stuff to West? The moment they said they send it back to West, then you need to follow up. Tell them, ask them, have they received confirmation from West? Okay, so once they say, oh yeah, we received confirmation from West, then the next thing is what is just what to pay. You pay the $240. Because if you don't pay this $240, West will not tell you that, oh, your transcript is now in process of evaluation until you pay that money. They don't owe you any explanation. So you need to pay that $240. Then once you pay the money, or $225, I don't know the exact price. I think, yeah, around that range. So once you pay the money, then West will tell you that, oh, they receive your transcript and then it's in the process of evaluation. They will give you the timeline, and then after 1 or 2 weeks, once your report is out, they will send you a copy into your email. So once they send you a copy, it is if they send you a copy. That now you now have access to send your transcript to many schools as you want. And this is also very important because most times if people that apply for admission without doing West evaluation, they will need to go straight to their school for their school to send the official copy of their transcript. But you are exempted from doing that now because you already do West. So once you do West, you are now exempted from going through your school for your school to send the official transcript to the school where you got admission. Now it is now you yourself. You just go straight, just open the West website and enter the school you want West to send your official transcript. It has not been easy for you. Instead of spending $75, maybe your school requests $75 from you before they can send the official transcript. Now, on West website, you only need to spend $20 for one transcript you send to school. And then before you do that, West will already give you an unofficial evaluated copy that you can use that you can upload during admission. Okay, it is that unofficial you now upload to all the schools you wanted to apply to, either 30 schools or 20 or 50 schools. Okay, it is that unofficial copy you upload directly, and then once the admission committee receive that, so they will know that you already evaluated, because West is being trusted worldwide, like especially in North America, in all the universities in the United States. So West evaluation is structured and tested. So once they see that you've done the West, then they give you the admission. Okay, so once you receive the admission, you will now go back to West website to go and request that West should send the official documents, the official transcript to the school you are going to. Okay, so that's why West is much more advantage. Like it's more advantageous to go through West compared to going through your school for your school to send your official transcript, because sometimes schools are kind of especially schools in Nigeria, like they are not serious, like the timing process and all like that. They can destroy a lot of things. So you want to be in a safer mode, like you want to categorize yourself, put yourself in a safe state, do the West, and then run the whole thing yourself. So that is that about that. And I think somebody has a question. The last lady that asked question of, you've done you've analyzed your profile, you are now looking for professors and all like that. So I want to say you can make use of ResearchGate if you want to reach out to professors, not only LinkedIn alone. Okay, you can make use of ResearchGate or Google Scholar. So, and then before you do that, you would have download their latest publication. Take, for example, I'm a professor in biology department, and I just published a paper on maybe on breast cancer. So now you are going to do what? Definitely my paper will be on my Google Scholar page. So you're going to just download their latest paper and then read the paper, just read the abstract. So basically those times, what I do is just what I did most times is just to read the abstract, check the methodology they used, and then go to their conclusion. So in order to make sure that you get the details, the content of the paper. So just get the content of the paper and summarize the paper in like one paragraph, just maybe 3 sentences is okay. And then when you code email, just two paragraphs. You want to limit your code emailing to like 2-3 paragraphs. 2 paragraphs is okay. We can do that because no professor has the time of spending more time on reading long emailing. They hate it. They don't like it. So after you've introduced yourself, just tell them that you found their paper, their latest publication, and then you're much more intrigued by the method they used. And then you just tell them about the paper, put the paper in bracket, and then once you put the paper in, the title of the paper in brackets, and then what you find in the paper, the method they used, you're impressed with the method, and you would like to add to their project. So what you need to do is just to do that, just send the mail. So once you send the mail, definitely the professor will reach out back to you. So he or she will know that you are serious, you are following his work. Okay, so you would want to communicate with you better. You want to, make the whole conversation, keep the conversation going with you. So once you do that, and then also if you have done the West evaluation, you can attach your transcript. You've done the West unofficial. You've done the West evaluation, and this is it. So you can attach it and then send it to the professor you reach out to. They will definitely get back to you. So yeah, that is that about West. So the last speaker I spoke about West, and then I'm just kind of going over what he said. So it's important if you want to apply to various schools in the United States. So doing West will also help you if you have a 2.2 or a 2.1. It will increase your CGPA in a way just to standardize it. You standardize your CGPA. I don't want to use the word increase, but most times it's just standardize it based on 4.2, and definitely you will enjoy the benefit of doing West because most of your grades, like if you have some C's in your transcript, it will probably be in B's when they do the standard. When West standardize it, it will be like B. If you have like maybe you have B, it will be in the form of A or B plus. So when West standardize it based on 4.0 instead of 5.0. So West is very, very good. It gives you more opportunity. It increases your chances of getting into more school, like applying to more schools rather, and also standardize your GPA based on 4.0. Since in the United States, it's 4.0 that is being accepted. So yeah, that is that about that. I will drop my mic right now. If you have any question, you can ask concerning West, and then I'll be happy to answer you. So thank you.
Hey, Mauga, thank you very much, Mr. Israel. It's a very powerful packed session. Yeah, so we have some questions here. Can someone with 2.4 out of 5.0 CGPA go through all this process?
Yes.
Process.
Yes, someone with 2.4 out of 5.0, right?
Yes.
Yeah, someone with 2.4 out of 0, I think 2.4 is that's like a third class. So someone with 2.4 out of 0 can also do it. So if you can go through the process. Someone with 2.4 can do it as well. And then as I've said earlier on, admission is not basically on GPA alone. So like for someone with 2.4 now, if you do the West evaluation, and then at the end of the day, West evaluate your grade, standardize your grade to be on, say, what you're going to have at the end of the day might be like 2.6 or 2.5. If you're on 2.4, maybe you have 2.55 or 2.62. That's what I just, like on my own, based on my own evaluation, what you're going to have is, within that range, around 2.55, 2.6 something, because you're on 2.4. So, and then also if you have a lot of A's, with 2.4, you already have a lot of C's and D's, right? So you're going to end up around that range, maybe 2.5 or 2.6 or something. So in order to now boost your profile, you need to do extra work. If you're on that kind of range, 2.4. So you need to do extra work. And then what are the works you need to do? Talk more about research. Now you failed in one part, like the DPA is already, you're an outlier already. Okay. Now you need to now talk more on research. I've seen someone with I think, was it last year? We had someone that graduated with 2.5 when he did the whole thing. And then he got a school. He has a lot of publication. Like he's a research director. So he got a school. So what you need to do is just to engage in a lot of research work in order to prove yourself that, oh, you are qualified. Your GPA doesn't determine your intelligence. Your GPA doesn't determine your watch them. So now you now need to do a lot of work experience, like maybe you are working in an industry right now, focus on what you are working on, master it well, your bachelor's degree, undergraduate projects, put it into publications, write something out, and now you now code email, do a serious code emailing, talk more on research, and then I think that will be your saving grace. Yeah. And also you can, with a talk class, you can also augment your GPA by probably applying for postgraduate, maybe a year postgraduate in Nigeria. If you don't want to, if you want to if you don't have more research experience also. So just augment your GPA, go for postgraduate diploma, then you can now combine everything together, then shoot your shot for masters in the US or PhD. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much, my Gon. I mean, I really love that. You really said what was on my mind. I'm so happy you did. Then, because the speaker on publishing your work, he also graduated with a 2-2. And what he did was he had a lot of publications. That's why I brought him for the publication this time. I mean, his publications are in top-notch journals. That was what he did, because he mentioned something. The professor he got for him to get into University of Cincinnati, Ohio, he did a kind of literature review on a lot of our works, and he sent out the summary, he added some research gap, and that was how we got in. So you can just do crazy things in funny ways. And I mean, like what you said, sir, putting up more research experience, if possible doing a postgraduate degree with a better GPA, then one will leverage on that. So thank you very much, sir. So any other question, please? We're open to taking questions. So, well, in the absence of no question, I'll have the JCS forerunners to say one or two things. I'd like Ajayi Happiness to go first there. My very good founder, Adekunle Omoli, thank you for this privilege. I love you to do the benediction. The benediction, yeah. Ajayi Happiness, you have the full floor, my predecessor, sir.
I'll just allow Omole to.
Okay, let me go first,
since
please.
I did the benediction yesterday. So.
Okay, hi guys.
So what?
Can you guys hear me? I said let me go first. I'm in
Yes.
the middle of a meeting, so I just have to quickly excuse myself.
No, just go first and last. Go first and last. Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I really appreciate you guys for attending. To the 26 of us that are at the end of this whole webinar thing, I want to thank you guys, like a special thank to you because we cannot do this alone. If Leke, Ajayi, and everybody, if we are planning this and you guys didn't come, it wouldn't be a success. So thank you for showing up, and for those that started with us and have just left the meeting. So we say a big appreciation, a big thanks to you guys, and a special recognition to Leke. You've really done well. You served the community well. I appreciate you. It's so personal to me. I'm really thanking you. You have proven to be a selfless leader. I enjoyed your leadership while you were serving the community. They help you render to the community. When we started this in 2021, and then myself and Fumbi, my partner, we thought the group wouldn't be on fire again. Ajayi came in, what we did times 5 of what we did. And you came in again, and then you just kept the fire, you kept the fire blazing. I really thank you. And I hope the next chair, okay, I give it a name this afternoon. We'll call you guys community chair. So you are the current community chair. And I hope the next guy, the honorable guy, I don't know if he's presently in this meeting. I want to encourage you to I trust you. I was speaking with Ajayi yesterday and told me that you are a great guy too. I've not been seeing your works, but he said that you've proven to be a good leader too. So I want to encourage you to to deliver as your predecessors have done. Thank you once again, Leke. You've done great. I wish you success in your endeavors. I wish you success. And yeah, please, you guys, everything that you have learned in this webinar, I want you to put it into practice. Work hard. All these things are very sweet to talk. Oh, 50 people
I'm
have gotten
sorry.
fully
I'm
funded
sorry.
class.
It's not webinar. It's boot camp. It's not the regular
Okay,
webinar. Yeah.
for this boot camp, I mean, everything that you guys have learned, just make sure you put it into practice. It's easy to see over 70 people have gone through this process. It's not easy. Although some people had it easy, but they still didn't have it easy because if they are not in the community actively participating. Let me tell you, out of the two of us I got in 2022, one of them, I got the information in the group. So you have to be participating in the group, be contributing to. You don't know what information your answer would help someone else. So just make sure you are participating, asking questions. There is no too much question in JCS. Ask them, people will answer you. And yeah, I'm a Christian. I believe God in everything I do. So while you are doing the physical work by yourself, I believe there is a divine force too over all these things that we are doing. So bless. I want to be getting spiritual. I thank you all again. And yeah, have a great week. I have an exam tomorrow, so I'm kind of studying here. So I just have to excuse myself to come and say the speech. Thank you, everyone. Adibo Ali, Ajayi, Israel, Nifade, Leke, everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you. And let's keep the community moving. Bless you guys. I'll be signing out. Bye.
All right. Thank you very much, Morgan. Thank you very much for that. Jaya, please, I'd just like you to give us just one or two word of admonition, especially when it comes to this free application thing. We'll start seeing them flying around. Like I said, the boot camp is mainly organized for us to get prepared for spring application. So from May 1st, let's start sending those code emails for spring 2025. So Ajaya, please. Thank you, my God. Please just one or two blessings.
All right. Good evening, everyone. I hope you guys had a lot of fun today. Because I've been having fun since the beginning of the session. So I don't have much thing to say. But when it comes to free application, you need to pay attention to whatever that is being sent to the group because you can't visit all school websites at a time. So when they send information to the group, don't mute the group. Most of you, the group is on mute on most of you guys' phone. So you only get to have access to information when you enter into the group. So it's not supposed to be like that. So unmute the group if you currently mute the group so that you can have access to a lot of information. What do you want me to talk about, Josiah, again? Free application? Or what other thing do you want me to talk about?
Anything that just comes to you, naturally. Anything that comes at the moment.
Okay. About that,
Yes.
Go for the funding. Either it's match your research interest or not. Go for the funding. When you get there, you cope. Okay. I see someone say he wants to do music. Leaving computer science to do music. I don't know the reason behind that decision, but I can assure you computer science is gonna get you funding first before music. So what other thing I want to say to you guys? Early applications, submit before priority deadline, just like I said yesterday. Ask questions. Please ask questions. You can always tag me to any question. I might not respond, but you can always tag me. It's sometimes when I get the notification of being tagged, I always try to respond if I can. So you can always tag me, you can always tag Leke, you can tag any of the previous admins, any of the previous scholars. They'll be so much glad to be of help. So for the next application cycle, you guys can start sending us emails, and we'll look at if there's any financial support we can do this time around. We'll let the group know. Okay, we might not be able to pay all your application fee, but if you maybe you want to pay maybe $50 and you have $30 looking for other $20, you can let us know that at least you've tried, you've make an attempt to, those are the kind of things I love to hear when you want to pay some amount. You don't have, like, you've tried to raise the whole amount, but you couldn't. So we're so glad to be of help in that aspect as well. So I think that was all I have to say for you guys tonight. Have a wonderful night rest. And feel free to let us know if you have any questions, inquiries. And if you have any questions right now, you can bring it out. Let me just answer in 5 minutes before Leke round everything up, and I can do my best to answer that question. And someone that asked about dollar payments, there are, during my own time, what I used is I used JAPA Cash and I used Vesti. Those were the two apps that I used during mine. So you guys could get the app download on your phone, open an account. It's very easy. Although you have to pay in black market rate. Okay, so it's very easy and seamless transaction. Just transfer your Naira into the account. Then inside the app, you convert it to dollar. They create you a virtual dollar card. Then you make your payments. It really works well for me, like really good. I've never asked anyone in the US to pay on my behalf while I was still struggling during the application process. I just convert my Naira to dollar. I get it all figured out with the use of JAPA Cash and Vesti. So they work so well. But I think Vesti rates is always cheaper compared to JAPA Cash. Then I don't know about now. So you can have both app, then go for the best rates. So any other question? All right. Thank you guys. Have a wonderful, lovely night rest. I love you all, and I would love to listen to more good news about you guys getting more funding. Okay. Take care of yourself and have a wonderful night rest. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, my one. Thank you so much once again. I say a very big thank you to all speakers since yesterday. Emmanuel Ipesu, Olarinwaju, Adiyomida Adefisoye, Olarinwaju Adekunle. I'm very grateful to everybody. Binga, Fumilaya Abuju. I mean, I'm grateful. I think I have a couple of questions here, so I'd like to attend to them real quick. Someone said, okay, I'm working data. Yeah, I'm working day twin. Thank you for joining this event. I appreciate you. My big regards to Utu. I appreciate him real big. I appreciate him for joining the event yesterday. Then he said about technology is competitive. See, every field is competitive, to be honest, because you're not just competing with Nigerians, you're competing across the world. You're competing with Asians. You see, Asians' educational system is very, very rigorous. One of my mentors, not should I say mentor, one of my boss, right? He understands this whole application process thing. He's currently in Lusana, and I'm bringing him on board sometime in August. He's going to speak especially to the non-STEM students. Yes, non-STEM. He has worked with a couple of printing houses, media houses. He's really good at what he does. That's what I know. I mean, he has a couple of publication articles. I think he's working with some African people at the moment. He reviews Mandela Washington Fellowship application. He's a top guy. I respect him. Big kudos to him. So he's going to come on board for the non-STEM guys, and he'll tell you that there's even Asian professors. I mean, it's like the way they train them in their schools. They train them as if they're preparing them to go to IIT in India. They prepare them to go to MIT in US. Like, they prepare them that they are so good at what they do. So the competition is crazy everywhere. I would like to, even one of my guys that puts me on one of his publication, Michael Adekombi, very great guy in Purdue. He told me he's the only black student in his lab of about 20 students. So as a black, I mean, it's very looking at the fact that there are a lot of Asian professors in the US. I mean, about half of their professors are Asians. So I won't say they are picking their people, but they know their people well, they know their capabilities out. Well, gradually, the gospel of graduate school is now very rampant in Nigeria, unlike before. So in a couple of years, we'll have a lot of Nigerian professors too. So you don't need to worry yourself, but Bear in mind it's competitive, put in your best shot and don't relent. So beware of free applications. Don't just waste your strengths, don't waste your recommenders. But I advise free applications for newbies so that they can be able to test their fist in waters, get one or two things wrong and right for them to become better at what they do. Then Princess Jimmy, you said you wanted to join the group and you were not able to join. This is what you do. Once you click on go to our website, www.jcscholar.org, click on community. After you've clicked on, you scroll down and you see community. Yes, click on community. Once you click on community, it will redirect you to a Google form. You fill out the form, your name, your email. So you get a response to your email address. But the most important thing you need to upload is your academic CV. Please upload your academic CV. So I forgot to add this. So people write their CV, they put in date of birth, marital status. I mean, you don't need all of that. You don't need to know your local government of origin, state of origin. No, you are not. Even Nigerian jobs don't even require all those kind of details in CV again. It's not all this CV you do in cyber cafes, things you can do by yourself. So you shouldn't put all of that in your CV. You upload a very good CV, and I'm sure you get it. Somebody said most schools often say we need a GPA of 3.0 out of 4. They talked about West earlier. When you talk about calculating your GPA, do West IGPA with the West calculator. You'll be able to convert your GPA from a 5.0 scale to a 4.0 scale. And how do you do that? You take your time. It's something you can take about 2 hours. It will be asking you what's your credit unit. For credit unit is like ECTS, like what's the credit unit in that particular 2 unit, 3 units, period. What's your score? You can use score, you can use grade, but it's preferable to use your score because there's a way the system is designed here. You need to click your country. So they understand the whole translation thing is there automatic. So that you'll be able to convert to know if you are on 3.0 scale or if you are meeting the target of 3.0 or not. And if you are not, you might want to look out for schools that are not stringent on the CGPA thing, like my last speaker said, that Israel Unified from NYC. Looking at that, there are some schools that actually take lesser CGPA. So I believe that works. And if you want to join the community and you are rejected, is there a way you can still be connected and getting any information? If you are rejected, does not mean you shouldn't try again. Being rejected will send you a feedback of what is expected for you to do. Once you do that, you will be accepted into the community. We are not pushing anybody. We want everybody to be in the community. It's a fast-growing community. I don't know if you get that. Then Emmanuel Itakoya, he said, what if you have a GPA of below 2.2? What are the limitations? The last speaker mentioned that already, Israel. He said you find a lot of limitations in that because it's very hard for you to get someone that will fund you, right? So what you can do is to improve on yourself. Improve on yourself by having maybe more publications. You don't start packing MOCs. They are not too necessary. They want to see your research experience, your research prowess, especially in the US and in Canada. And in Canada, it's not like all this European thing that you dream of about these MOCs. It's not too necessary. Or you can do a PG, like you said, or you do an MSc here in Nigeria, or you do an MSc in maybe all these. There's this school. I can't remember, NUTM. Yes, NUTM. Yeah, NUTM is really tough to get in here in Nigeria, but just do a top up to your program that will show that something with I'm finished with a better GPA, not something it's going to GPA. Yeah, so that's that. I'm not sure there's any other question I'm not taking care of here. We are already 4 hours deep into this event and we've done pretty much well. I'm saying a big shout out to everybody here. Abimbola Charity, Bamishe Joshua, Benedict Obalu, my Oga, Blessing Falade. Thank you very much for joining this event. David Toromade, thank you for staying with us to this moment. Emmanuel Etape, Fakoya Isaac, my new community chair. I respect you, Fijite. I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing your name well, but thank you. Gavazon Technologies, Golan Ajayi, Gideon Oke, my star boy from Malaysia, Ibikunle Temitope Bauga, I regard you. Jimo Kabiru, I wish you the very best in the UK. Thank you for joining. Joshua Mahmoud, Miriam Amo. I mean, I've been seeing you since yesterday. I mean, you've really stayed with us for a very long time. Muritala Musmola, thank you very much. Odwayo Omidoyin, I love your beautiful questions. The Omokinde twins, thank you once again. My regards to the family at large. Onifade Israel, my Oga at the top, thank you for this, for taking us through. Oindamola Olatunji. I mean, since yesterday, you've really been with us all through, and I appreciate your efforts on the group. Thank you very much once again. Precious. So you have awesome questions that are very, very intriguing. And I mean, I was super excited. Thank you very much. Princess Jimmy, my regards to King and Queen, the princess in your boat. Thank you very much. Samuel Oluwasegun. I appreciate you. Samuel Oluwatobi, my guy. I'm actually very blessed, my bro. God is going to do this for us. Yeah. Victor Komolafe, I mean, you've been with us. It's not easy, to be very honest. 4 hours down listening. I mean, I also experienced this with them, Gideon Adele, Karen Oche, and Maura Adekoya Oluwaseun. I'm looking forward to bringing some of them on board sometime in August. But I promise you, Ibrahim Nureni, you can check him out on LinkedIn. He's a great guy, especially for non-STEM. Please tell your non-STEM guys, so it won't be limited. I'm looking for a way to make it a webinar and a round table session then. So make it very, very easy, and I'm sure you're going to gain a lot. So please start your applications. You can start with your applications, start sending code emails for spring. I repeat, spring 2025. Our spring applications plans to close in October, so you can start